Johnny, in the previous episode, we had the pleasure of speaking with Sugar Ray Leonard. It was an awesome final episode to the month of October.
Yeah, and I hope everyone enjoyed that. You know, there's going to be times where we're going to be offered to do some special things like that, and we want to take those opportunities and give them to you all. And I think it also lightens up what we have going on here to also bring in somebody who is so confident in certain fields that we get to hear their story and also get to play outside of our box that we've made for ourselves.
And obviously motivating going into the half marathon, which we completed over the weekend.
Yes.
Wow, what an experience. Definitely had the pleasure of hearing Sugar Ray Leonard in one ear and this month's guest, upcoming David Goggins, in the other ear,
yes,
cheering us on, pushing us outside of our comfort zone.
I know that both of them were in my ear at certain parts of that race, and I couldn't help but laugh. And what a great month we had, where we had got the opportunity to interview them both in the span of a week. Two elite athletes, up to our own pushing ourselves physically. It just worked out so well.
And I think the best part about it was having an opportunity now, moving into the month of November, to really focus on rebuilding confidence. As we've gone through the last few months, we've really focused on honing those social skills. This month, we're going to dive into the mindsets necessary to be successful in life. And a lot of us have found our confidence shaken for some reason. And in those moments where we have some self-doubt, we take on some criticism, and now our confidence is taking a hit. How do we rebuild that? And confidence is our bread and butter here at The Art of Charm. Building confidence and social skills is the main reason that thousands of people have joined us in our coaching program over the last 12 years. And at the same time, we're often confronted with huge misunderstandings and myths around confidence and how we build what that confidence is. Lastly, we want to start the month of November and the theme of rebuilding confidence by addressing 3 specific myths we hear all the time in our boot camps around confidence. And bear with us here, because this episode is laden with a lot of scientific studies. As you know, listening to us, we love understanding the science behind why we do what we do and how we can use that to our advantage to become more successful, both socially and in life in general. So you're going to hear some studies, cutting edge behavioral and social science, that we're going to drop in this episode. So stay tuned, get your notepads out. We are excited to dive into rebuilding confidence.
And I just want to preface that as well with the idea is, if you're listening to this and you think, well, I haven't had anything happen to me lately where I need to rebuild my confidence. Let's not get too high on ourselves. Understand that it's coming, right? Those moments in life that you're going to get shaken up, they come for all of us, and there is plenty of loss in everyone's future, and you need to be able to withstand some of those beatings that you're going to take, that the damage that you're going to sustain just by living, period. Right? It does going to come. So not only rebuilding confidence, but this is about how you're going to go about strengthening your confidence and getting ready for those moments that you will be shaken up. So this is for everybody.
Absolutely. And I know that we, over the last decade plus, have gone through those moments, those gut checks, those, wow, I got my feet knocked out from under me. How am I going to get back up, dust myself off? And we use this exact science to rebuild our own confidence personally. So we're going to be sharing some of those stories as well. But we're going to jump right into the very first myth when it comes to confidence, and that's the idea of feeling confident first. And when we talk about confidence, a word that hops to everyone's mind is self-esteem. The concept of having high self-esteem is so prevalent in the self-development field that many of us work on improving our self-esteem in the hope of creating all these other benefits in our lives. And we always see successful people as having high self-esteem. So immediately we're like, I need that. I just need to have more self-esteem and I can become successful. The idea here is if I build up my self-esteem, then I will naturally be successful. That is the first confidence myth we want to talk about today, because science does not back this up.
No.
And I know Johnny and I are both children of the self-esteem movement.
Yes, we are.
Johnny, you had some pep rallies around self-esteem in school.
Absolutely. And I remember these fondly. And we have a guest next week, Stephen Hayes, who's going to dive into this in a very in-depth conversation. However, I do want to state that, yeah, we used to go to these pep rallies, and they were like every 2 months. And I remember specifically asking, why are we doing this? And I remember it being centered around self-esteem, and my teacher telling us how important it was for us to have high self-esteem. And, you know, in these studies, it shows that it has quite the opposite effect. And one of the other things is when you're being told this, and as a kid, you haven't been through much in life where that sort of gets shaken, right? You're growing. There's a lot ahead of you. So I think for the most part, a lot of children feel really good if they have a healthy home. They're excited. School can be fun. They have friends. They want to go play, and so they haven't had too much mess with them. So when you continue to be told that you need to have self-esteem, and that you're doing these pep rallies so that you can feel this way, you start to think, well, I feel good. My buddies feel good. Who are we going to these pep rallies for?
Right, who doesn't feel good?
Who doesn't
we
feel
got to
good?
pick on them.
Yeah, so then you start to see other children who you think, well, that kid, he needs self-esteem. And because we're doing these types of activities for him and the likes of him, then he gets singled out, he gets targeted. And we all understand when it comes to bullying, the science has come back that it was never about having some abnormality that people can zero in on. It's that first you're socially left out or shy or behind the mark. So then whatever abnormalities that you do have, they become
visible.
They become visible. They become the primary focus of the bullying. Because the actuality of it is that all of us have some sort of abnormality that can be pointed out to be driven in. But the minute that a child becomes weakened or starts to separate,
in the out group,
then that abnormality becomes the target.
And I think this is a classic case of science getting ahead of itself and realizing that correlation does not always equal causation. So this idea that successful people have high self-esteem, therefore we have to artificially inflate self-esteem, has led us down the wrong path. There's a very fascinating study done by Roy Baumeister and his team that was published back in 2003, and you'll find the link in our show notes. The study is titled, Does High Self-Esteem Cause Better Performance, Interpersonal Success, Happiness, or Healthier Lifestyles? Obviously big, lofty goals with inflating self-esteem. And in that study, the scientists came to the conclusion that they had not found any evidence to show that boosting self-esteem, for example, through therapeutic interventions or in school programs like Johnny's pep rallies, leads to any benefits and can actually be counterproductive. They further concluded our findings do not support the widespread efforts to boost self-esteem in the hope that it will by itself foster improved outcomes. Talk about a bombshell.
Not only is it a bombshell, we have to understand that when you're in these environments growing up, this is all you know. So basically, this is, you know how you would have a tomato plant and you're going to tie it up to a stick so it grows straight? We've now just tied this up to a stick going sideways. And the longer we continue to nurture and water this plant, it's going to continue to go farther and farther sideways. That's what we have here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We had helicopter parents. Now we have lawnmower parents. We have participation trophies. No one can lose because no one wants to hit to their child's self-esteem.
Yeah.
In actuality, that is the problem. Self-esteem has to take a couple knocks, and you need to get emotional resiliency in order to survive in life. This is a long journey. So if we're just sitting here artificially inflating self-esteem, we lead to all sorts of entitlement, and obviously, as the science is showing, it's counterproductive. Let's dig a little deeper into the study, because they show that the efforts to boost self-esteem of pupils had no improvement on their academic performance. None whatsoever. You inflate self-esteem, that doesn't lead to good grades.
Well, and once again, we talk about the how wrong it is, because now the child feels good that they don't need to get good grades. Well, I'm good. I have high self-esteem. The grades, that doesn't matter. And now we have, these very confident, dim-witted people.
Overconfident idiots walking around. Here's another one. Job performance in adults seems sometimes to be related to self-esteem, but the direction of causality is actually not established, and it might be the other way around. Meaning, yes, when you start to perform well at work, your self-esteem gets a boost. It does not work the other way around. You get a self-esteem boost, and all of a sudden you start leaning in at work. And self-esteem has not been shown to predict the quality or duration of relationships. So artificially enhancing self-esteem, focusing on pumping up and boosting self-esteem has been counterproductive.
And let's just tie this self-esteem movement into a narcissistic tech world that promotes you being super and awesome and badass, and your curated Instagram that shows how amazing you are, and now you have this self-inflated esteem to go along with it. I mean, holy cow, we have a country full of blowhards.
Sadly, we've put our focus and energy on the wrong things. And here's the end. The end of the evidence shows that living a successful life leads to high self-esteem. Shocker.
Yeah.
Right? We don't need science to tell us that. It's pretty obvious from the results. The problem is we've been trying to draw too big of conclusions based on sheer high self-esteem, and it's led us astray. Now, don't get us wrong. The science clearly shows that high self-esteem is a good thing. We want to have it, but artificially inflating it and not building the emotional resiliency that life needs for us to succeed has worked against us.
And something you said earlier, confidence, core confidence, and there's a process to that. And I also want to say that we're making fun of all this, and I want to make sure that everyone who's listening to this is clear that we are not saying that we're above this. We've been caught into this trap as well. In fact, it is because of the trap we've caught ourselves into. I'm asking questions of what happened. Right? I was on the right track. I was feeling really good. And then you get to this point and you're like, well, wait a minute. How come I cannot bring into my life all these things that I want with how I've been going about it? Well, because you've been going about it all wrong. And so you have to ask these questions, what is wrong? And then you start to find out that the story that you've been telling yourself, which we're going to get into in a bit, but also the procedures and how we went after those things were wrapped up in the self-esteem movement, which once again, it doesn't get us to where we need to go.
Yeah, and everyone wants to celebrate the students with high self-esteem. I get it. I understand elevating them, but building resiliency, building emotional flexibility, that's where the magic truly happens. Because I know for me, when I finally had my comeuppance in graduate school and I finally got challenged and I was not the head of the pack, I was not elevated and celebrated like I was through my undergrad and even my high school career, that was a shock to the system. Yeah. And I looked around and I didn't have the tools to handle it.
You know, we get these letters all the time. In fact, there was one that just came in this week about a young man who had to do a lot of questioning himself and everything that was going around him when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to play pro ball. Imagine that one. Once again, your whole entire life, you have gotten value and have been celebrated, and you've gotten attention, approval, and acceptance for this one thing, and then that becomes your whole life, and now you can't pursue that any further. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we've had professional baseball players, professional hockey players, professional basketball players all sitting on the couch at boot camp.
What's up?
And their career is now in shambles, and they're no longer celebrated for the one skill set that they put all of their value in. That's a tough place to be. Talk about taking a self-esteem hit.
Listen, you were there. I was there. Some of the guys on the couch were there. And this happens in everybody's life. We're just not the people who've been picked out. This happens to everybody. Now, what happens when you get into that point? You can start drowning those feelings out and ignoring them through booze, drugs.
Right. A lot of people, even Sugar Ray last week talked about that. You put yourself in a situation where people elevate you beyond where you even find value or think of yourself as valuable. And all of a sudden it leads you to some dark places. And some people just sweep these negative emotions under the rug. I can't listen to that. I got to block that person on social media. I don't want to hear that.
And I will also say that, let's say that you curb taking it through, like numbing that feeling, medicating, right? So let's say you go to a different route. So shopping, video games, food. There is so many ways. It will manifest itself in one way or another unless you decide to ask the right questions, get answers that you are uncomfortable with, and then lean into those answers, looking to rectify them. And of course, that's what we're talking about when we talk about rebuilding that confidence.
And this is why our coaching programs all dig into this idea of the story action cycle. In fact, Core Confidence, our online group coaching program, talks a lot about this so that we can start to understand the stories that drive our lives. And we all have stories running in the back of our mind all day long, a narrative that we've built up. And sometimes these stories have been implanted and embedded from other people, strangers, teachers, coaches, and their behaviors around us. We've assimilated into this story, this narrative that drives our behaviors. And sometimes we're not even aware of this story. It's happening subconsciously. And thinking about it right now, how many of you even realize that there's a story driving your behaviors, leading you to listen to this podcast? So as we go through our day, in the background of our mind, it's going through this story. And it's basically our operating manual for living. Mm-hmm. It's how we run our day-to-day lives. And it is very effective because then we don't have to make constant decisions every single second of the day.
Well, that's exactly why we have it. If everything is on a conscious level, you're going to be worn out. You're going to be beat up. You're going to have mass anxiety because you have too many options ahead of you. That's why the story gets built. The story gets built on patterns that you see, and you will even place those patterns where they don't belong in order for you to feel safe
to move forward.
And you can make decisions now subconsciously rather than consciously, because if you were making every decision of every moment of every day consciously, you would be a basket case. And this is why those people who tend to be super high on the intelligence bell curve tend to be neurotic. They tend to be a bit jumpy because they're aware of way too much. And of course, we know what that looks like to people who overanalyze things, don't we?
Just a little, yeah. We've had a little bit of experience in that arena.
Yes, we have.
The problems start to happen when we don't like part of that story. For example, we might be sitting in a business meeting and we need to voice some concerns.
Yes.
Our boss is now telling us something that we disagree with. So what happens? Our mind starts to go through that story that we've had. Well, when I sit in a business meeting, I never voice any concerns, so I need to just stay quiet. And that's what we do, because that's our story. It's very hard to break from this story. Now, here we have a big problem, because we can't just take that story, tear it up, and overwrite it.
There's so much that comes into play, because not only do you have a story, the people closest to you have a story about you, right? Because they have to put patterns to your behaviors so that they can feel safe with you in their life.
And they start to get a little jumpy when you're not following their story.
Absolutely. In fact, they can get angry. And this is what makes change difficult, because not only do you have to change your own story and your thoughts about how you're going to proceed about things, but then you have to also realize that it comes into play. We see it all the time of, if I change my story, if I start behaving differently, well, then what's going to happen to the friends that I have? Well, and we've talked about this. Some will not be too thrilled about that. In fact, they're going to be a bit angry and they're going to ask a lot of questions. However, what you will find is you will separate the good friends that you have from the bad ones, because your real friends who see these changes will start asking questions about why you're doing that. And when they see that it's allowing you to be successful and most importantly, happy in a positive manner, they will be there to encourage you. And also, they will look to change their
Themselves.
own story.
Right. Now, it is the story action cycle, meaning the story is running, the operating system, the manual is running, and then we take actions based on that story. If we want to rewrite our story, we have to break this cycle through action. And I know this personally, for me, getting into running.
Yep.
For the very first time, Amy invited me to a Barry's boot camp class. It must have been 2+ years ago. It involved running on a treadmill and lifting weights. Lifting weights, not a problem. My story said, AJ, you like lifting weights. Lifting weights is good for you. It's healthy behavior. But my personal story also said, AJ, you hate running.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of baggage around running. Running was a punishment in football.
Yeah.
I was the slowest one I was the slowest one on the team, which often led to me getting ridiculed.
Right, yeah.
So running was not something I was fond of. It was not something that I had in my story as this is something that AJ does. This is something that AJ enjoys. So I had built up this personal narrative that I hate running. Now, Amy drags me to Barry's boot camp class and I hate running. Guess what? I hate Barry's boot camp because of the running. I did not mind the lifting of weights, but I was like, this sucks. I don't like this class. I'm forced to run. And oh, by the way, everyone else in class is probably ridiculing me, right? This is the narrative that's going on in the back of my mind.
Yep.
Now, I kept going to Barry's boot camp classes. I still disliked running, but I kept going. And slowly but surely, I saw my speeds tick up on the treadmill. I felt better and better after class. And then I just said to myself, well, what would be a challenge for someone who doesn't like running? What would be something that you're like, wow, I can't believe you did that. You said you hate running. And half marathon popped into my mind. We dedicated time. We set goals. 1:45 for me, 2 hours for Johnny.
Yep.
We hit it hard in the training. I hated running during the training. Finally, went on my long run, broke 10 miles, actually felt really good after it. Started to feel the runner's high, started to see my times creep down. All of a sudden, through all of those actions, the training, the long runs, the enjoyment that was associated with it, I started to change my own narrative. I actually enjoy running. I no longer hate running. I was able to break that cycle by taking a different action. So it's the story action cycle. A lot of us are unaware of the story. Now we've probably raised awareness around the story for you. We have to start thinking about ways that we can break that story action cycle by changing our actions first.
Well, it always starts there because that's the one thing that you can bring to a conscious level. And if you can get some wins there, then you can go back and start to change the internal of that story. And I want to give large props to our trainer and who coached us through this, Chris Tywalker, because if it was, we were definitely, we fought him a lot.
Absolutely.
And he had us mentally, emotionally, and physically prepared for that marathon. And though I was getting worked up leading up to it, I just knew that 2 hours that morning was running, and it was going to be painful, and there was going to be a lot of self-talk and challenging ourselves, and I was ready for it, and I know you were ready for it. And though there was still some apprehension going into it, which we're going to talk about, but we were prepared for how we were going to deal with any of those questions that came up while we were doing that.
And 159 for Johnny,
Yeah.
144 for me. We both beat our goals going into it.
I want to say I also had a piss break at mile 6, so I could say there's a couple more
Yeah,
minutes.
all right. Could have shaved a little more time off there.
Yeah.
We'll give you credit on that.
Yeah.
When we take action, we start to rewrite that story. It's not the other way around, which is what this entire myth was about, right? It's not, I need to feel confident first, and then I'll start acting confidently. No, we need to start acting more confidently to start building that confidence, to start changing that story. I need to start running. I need to start logging some miles before I can start to truly say, hey, I don't hate running.
You know, and I think this is where people start to get a little bit nervous because people who are self-aware don't like imposter syndrome. We hear this question a lot, and I know that we'll be talking about it more in future episodes. And when you have to start acting outside the story that you've already written for yourself, it is going to feel weird. And we talk about this. It's B over A. We've already have a program pathways that are built up, which we call decision A, right? It's what we've always done.
Right. It's wired in our mind. That pathway has been firing for years. It is this story that we're talking about.
That's the story. And now all of a sudden, we realize that story is no longer able to get us to where we need to go. We've come to that realization. So that means the story needs to be rewritten. So therefore, I must choose path B, which goes against the story. And now, though I feel awkward, it is new. I'm acting at a conscious level because I have to bring it to a conscious level to make it that decision. And because this is all new and there's apprehension and I've never done it before, it might not go well. In fact, it's going to be quite a mess.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. I might still hate running. It's going to suck on the treadmill.
But that's okay because we're going to act first. And if you are able to celebrate the little small wins that say that choosing path B is better than path A, we're going to shake it up. If we can see a few wins, then all of a sudden we can lean into I'm doing the right thing. I've made the right decision. And those small wins allow you to know that you're moving in the right direction, that all of a sudden, slowly, the story catches up now with the actions.
Yeah, and listen, there were a number of moments when we started training for the half marathon. My first long run, 6 miles, the longest I'd ever run, timing myself.
You were excited that day.
I was excited, nervous, and then I got my time and I was like, oh my God, 9 minutes a mile. How am I going to finish this half marathon? I thought 6 was the longest that I could possibly run. I felt awful. I go on social media. I'm seeing everyone else's half marathon times and their splits. And I'm like, I'm not as fast as them. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? All of those things crept in. But slowly but surely, the time started creeping down. The runs started getting longer. You started to feel a little bit better. You started to feel like, oh, okay, I'm seeing some improvement. Now, I certainly wasn't running 145 that next run, but that's the whole point. You start changing actions, and slowly but surely, you rewrite that story, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph.
I think that is the most beautiful way that has ever been articulated. How about letter by letter, word by word, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph? That's beautifully put, and that's how that works. That's how that story is getting together.
And guess what? Over time, we start posting our times online. We start hearing from other people. Wow, you guys are running it. You guys are doing it. And they helped change our narrative, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph. To now, I feel that I am a runner. If someone were to say, you're not a runner, I would laugh.
Sure.
But 6 months ago, I'd agree with them. I'm not a runner. I hate running. That is how we start to build confidence. It is a complete myth to think that you have to feel confident in order to act confident. We got to act first, and then all of a sudden we're going to rewrite that story, break the story action cycle that's led us down a path of feeling less than, lacking in confidence. The next myth that we want to talk about is this idea that some people just never fail. But before we get deeper into this, we need to address the other notion that ties into this myth, the idea that some people are born more confident than others. Now, there is research on this, the influence of genes on confidence, and it turns out that yes, some people are born with more confidence than others. There was a very compelling study done by Robert Plomin, who's a behavioral geneticist at King's College in London. What Plomin did was he followed 15,000 sets of twins in the UK from birth to adulthood. What studying twins allowed him to do was look at the influence that our genes have on our personality. Plomin was studying both identical twins, those that have the same DNA, and fraternal twins who only share part of their DNA. And what he and his team concluded after following all of these twins is that about 50% of our confidence is predetermined by our genes. That's arguably a lot.
Yep.
Now, scientists are still in debate about this. Some say it's less than that. They put the number around 25%. But basically, science is saying that there is something to our genes influencing our confidence. So while scientists haven't settled the debate, we can conclude that confidence comes from both nature and nurture, not just a small part that's really in our genes.
Well, I think that also goes with it being added to your parents. So if your parents understand, well, if it's genetically a long line of people in your history that understand how to walk into the unknown, ask questions, and slowly develop and learn skills, that fear is predetermined, right? Like, so if my great-grandfather and my grandfather and my dad, they understand this, and of course I'm being naturally taught this growing up, then I'm going to have a good understanding about it. So I will fling myself into things a lot easier than other kids were who this wasn't in part of their background, wasn't in their DNA, and they certainly were not exposed to it as children.
Yeah, and I can definitely feel it from my own experience growing up, that there were some things that my family felt confident in doing, and there were some things that they weren't confident in doing. And guess what? I happen to pick up on those patterns too, right? Some families tend to have academic confidence. Some families tend to have athletic confidence. But here's the thing. We have to dispel this myth that you're either born with it or not, because that becomes a convenient excuse not to improve yourself.
Well, I think you should look at it in the manner of confidence being a nebulous term. Right? It's you can't really grab onto it, and we're going to talk about this in a bit. But if it's a black box, and you going out and learning new skills allows you to venture out into the black box, be a little bit more aware, paint more of that black box in, well, that's slowly the confidence of that register that you get. But there's always going to be more unknown. It never ends.
Right.
So the only thing you can do is illuminate certain parts of this darkness at your in due time as you're going to go out and venture into it.
Right. It's like those video games as a kid, right? You get the light, you get the flashlight, and then all of a sudden you're walking around the map and you're illuminating more of the map. And there becomes some areas of the map that are illuminated, and now you feel comfortable walking back through. I've killed those bosses. I've killed those ghosts. I know how to do this.
I've been here before.
But there's also going to be some other parts of the map where you got to walk in. You got to shine the flashlight on it. You got to figure some things out.
So to wrap that up, it's no one is born with an illuminated black box. So there's going to be discovery for everybody.
Some people will have a stronger flashlight.
That's it.
Their beam of light might illuminate more, but they're still discovering parts of the map just like you are.
And it will be going on forever. There will always be parts that until they venture into those areas, they're going to be incredibly unconfident about.
And now here's the thing, and this is why we want to dispel this myth, because social media has helped propagate it, that people don't fail. There are some people that are just successful at everything, whether it was the high school quarterback who now got the great job after school. It just seems like he keeps winning, and over again you see this, you feel this. Society propagates this idea, and then it becomes easy for you to assimilate into your story that, well, that's just not my lot in life. I'm not that lucky.
You know, I think we're getting to a part with this new technology where those things are starting to show a little bit better, where you can't hide you can't show only the good stuff. The bad stuff's going to come out as well because everybody has a camera. I mean, we could even see it with Elon Musk, right? He goes on Joe Rogan, and all of a sudden, everyone's screaming and hollering, and billions of dollars are being lost and gained, and you know, we're getting to a place where it's gonna be incredibly difficult to hide any of the bad stuff that you don't want people to find out about. And the longer you try to hide that, the more difficult it's going to be.
The more painful it is on you as well.
Yeah, the more painful it's going to be.
So understanding that, of course, if you never fail, it's easy to have a lot of self-confidence, but that assumption may sound logical, it's just not realistic. You will look at people that made a name for themselves, that have had a ton of success, and whether it's sports or business or even in history, and when you look at their story, all you see is that it also was full of failure. When you read most biographies and autobiographies, you are going to find chapters around failure. You are going to find chapters around things didn't go as planned. I pushed through. I love listening to the podcast, How I Built This. They share countless stories of failure along their journey.
That's what I to every perfectionist I meet who has trouble in moving forward, I go, name your favorite artist. Now Google that and write sucks next to their name. And you will see everything you need to go, oh, okay, I can feel better about this. It's okay to fail. In fact, it's going to be failure, which is going to get me closer to my goals.
And listen, there's one proven way to never fail, to never take a dent in your self-confidence, and that's to live life in your comfort zone.
Yeah, and that doesn't sound fun.
No, staying on the couch, never trying anything new. Who here would actually do this? In fact, that's why most of our alumni end up working with us in the coaching programs online or in person. They're sick of this safe comfort zone where they're not getting what they truly want out of life.
You know, and what's difficult is, and I was thinking about this the other evening, was there are certain episodes in my life where I have put myself out there or did something new or was trying something where the backlash that I had gotten from it socially was so, well, it hurt internally in that moment so much that it's permanently burned into my brain. And it's not permanently burned into my brain as a positive or what was that person's problem or anything positive. It is burnt into my brain of this is why you never step out ever again. And these moments, even if I look back at them, I can logically see my way around them and see the fault. But how at 45 years old, as of yesterday, how it's those moments are still burned in my brain. And any time that I'm doing something new, I have flashes of those moments and I have to roll forward despite the emotional pull that they have when they pop up.
Yeah. So that's an important point here. Those failures are still going to be there.
Yes.
We're not sweeping them under the rug. We're not turning ourselves into someone who is a shell of ourselves and who only looks at the positive and always dismisses the negative. But it's choosing to act even if you're feeling that discomfort. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, even at 45, if I see one of those people post something on Facebook, I still at this moment get angry. I go, what is this asshole saying now? And it has not, it is 20 years removed, but it is still burned in and there's still a feeling and emotion attached to that name, that person, that face. It's quite funny how those things are etched in permanently.
And listen, when we're exiting our comfort zone, there are two things that are guaranteed to happen. Number one, you are going to feel some anxiety. There's no getting around it. Your mind is wired for comfort. And when you are putting it in a situation that it hasn't been before, it's going to express that discomfort in the form of anxiety. The second thing that's going to happen when we step outside of our comfort zone is we are going to fail. We are going to make mistakes. We did not hit every training run that Chris had outlined for us.
No, in fact, there were some days where I was so beat up that having to go through that training that day, realizing how that I wasn't making it, put me in a place of feeling bad. But also, here's the moment where I'm going to persevere. I'm going to reach a new place. This is where the development happens. And in all this, as much as I want to quit or I'm upset in this moment, to persevere and only blast through that a week or two later, that is the biggest win. You want to talk about strengthening core confidence. There it is in that moment, to persevere and get the win on the other side, where failure was just happened.
And here's the thing. In those moments, you're going to have that voice saying, you said you hate running, AJ. Why are you doing this? You're going to have that voice of your high school football coach saying you're the slowest guy on the team. What's wrong with you? You're also going to have those moments where you're like, but wait a second, that training run I did yesterday, I was phenomenal on. And 2 weeks ago, I ran further than I ever did before. That's what we're talking about. Taking action allows you to drown out some of the negative voices with new experiences that show to you that you should feel confident in this area. And over time, those voices are going to drown out all of the negatives so that you feel even more comfortable moving forward. You know, we were laughing after the race. Man, I feel like I could have ran 15, 16, 17 miles. Why do we stop at 13.1?
Yeah.
Leading up to it, we were like, why does this thing have to be 13.1? So it's very easy for you to swing both ways if you are constantly pushing yourself outside of that comfort zone. Those training runs were outside of our comfort zone. They were the longest distances we'd ever run. They were some of the most terrifying terrain we'd ever run. Hills in Beverly Hills, going up and down side streets, dodging cars and traffic in Hollywood.
Yeah, that was certainly the most difficult part for me in the training, is running on Sunset or Hollywood Boulevard at 7 in the morning. It was quite scary, and there was no way of putting in my earpods and zoning out and just cruising outside. I would have been racked.
Now, let's talk about dealing with failure, because if we're trying to build confidence, if we're trying to rebuild our confidence, then failure is going to be something that we have to surmount to start building things. Now, first off, we are not going to try to tell you to suppress the pain or pretend that failure doesn't happen. That you're not going to hear that here. And science doesn't approve of that message either. You need to feel the pain of failure. You need to build the emotional flexibility and resilience to push beyond that pain. The second thing is, if you just took a blow to your confidence, well, yeah, there's going to be a healing process. You don't just bounce back. I'd love to run 10 miles today. My body's telling me, no, dude, not a good idea. You are going to have to heal up a bit. And lastly, you may feel a very strong urge to black out, block that out of your mind, not focus on that. Go to the other extreme, overindulge in self-pity.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm such a failure at everything, and trying to turn that into your whole narrative and story. It may make sense in the moment, but it actually does not improve where you need to be. Putting your head in the sand and pretending that it didn't happen is not going to improve what happened after that failure.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to talk about this is several different ways of looking at failure and diving into failure. For one, now that I understand the process and how it works, and I know that failure is part of the learning process, when I have the choice to walk into the unknown wanting and willingly, I can commit to the process, and I know what is going to happen. And so by committing to the process, I open myself up with a good sense of humor of how this is going to go, so I can laugh in the procedure and enjoy it for what it is, because there's some of the best laughs, some of the best moments, the best inside jokes that you're going to build with your accountability buddy in these moments. And we have many from this training. The other thing is, when you have a healthy outlook about it and you understand how it works, then you can partake in overreaching, which is a difficult thing. You don't want to, if you don't understand how this works, overreaching and coming up short can destroy you, can work in the opposite way. However, if you understand how the failure works, how the learning process works, you can subscribe to overreaching, because to push yourself in the farther than you ever been before, knowing that coming up short very well may happen, but it pushes you farther than you would ever have been in. And the only time that I would suggest Overreaching is when you fully understand how the learning process works and you're able to do that in a healthy manner. In fact, a lot of people, Bill Gates is one who supports overreaching. In fact, this is a guy who was selling software that he didn't even have because he loved that idea of going for something so extreme. But you have to have a healthy attitude about it in order for that to work.
Yeah, and this idea of either, oh my God, have a great sense of self-pity or completely dismiss the failure, that is your brain trying to protect you from the pain, but it actually doesn't serve you. Oh. So throwing a self-pity party or pretending failure didn't happen is not a healthy way to learn that growth and learning process that Johnny was talking about in overreaching. Now, here's the other side of this, right? If our brain tells us that we're going to fail and embarrass ourselves, and then we do it, it's going to hone in on that. I told you this would happen.
Yep.
Don't ever do that again. So this is not how growth happens. And it's not how healing happens either. In order to be able to grow, we need to learn from the failure. And to do that, we first need to process the failure. And in order to heal, we need to accept the blow to the ego and then accept the feeling and move on. And here's some simple ways that we can do this. Now, number one, we're big proponents of journaling. And even in this race training, we used an app called Strava, which was journaling.
Yeah.
It was tracking our results,
yeah,
where we ran, what our splits were. And over time, it started showing us, hey, AJ, on that 6-mile run, you ran this 1-mile clip the fastest ever. Hey, AJ, you ran this 1.5-mile turn the second fastest ever. Oh, this was your slowest time on an uphill. In that journaling process, even in those days that, I felt, man, my times weren't where I wanted them to be, I could look back and go, well, holy cow, that first time I ran, that was a 9-minute mile.
Yeah.
So journaling allows you to, one, effectively process all of those thoughts and feelings and emotions that are inevitably going to come out of failure.
And I think, to go along with that, when you opened up Strava and it showed your splits, did it say failed?
No.
It gave you numbers. It gave you data points. It didn't say failure. And you make with those numbers what you want to make with them. And we've said this many times. We don't use that term failure in class. In fact, we don't use it as people because we understand how bad that is. Now, there are times where we come up short. And the only question then is, well, why did that happen? And what are we going to do? What did we learn? And what are we going to do next time? Failure is out of the equation. It just doesn't exist. And people want to talk about social constructs. Well, that is the biggest one that you could put together. It's right there.
I got a funny story. When we first moved to LA, we were trying to drum up business here in LA. We had strong following in New York. And at the time, we thought it was a genius marketing idea. We were going to put ads over urinals in local bars to try to get people to come check out our free course on how to talk to people. And
talk about one I'd like to forget.
Yeah, those ads failed miserably. But we learned, over urinal advertising, probably not the best place to find leads for our business.
Yeah.
Now, failure, if we looked at it solely as failure, well, a lot of us would be like, oh, gotta quit, gotta pack up the business, stop the podcast, give up. You, over time, start to realize that you're learning even when you're failing. And when you can change the lens on those actions and look for, well, what did I learn so that I don't repeat the failure? Now you're actually growing. As Johnny said, right? When we're growing that tomato plant, if we have the stick pointing straight up to the sun and we can guide it through, hey, what's the lesson here? What's the lesson? Stay on course. Well, it's going to grow and it's going to flower and it's going to give us great tomatoes.
Yep.
But if our stick is shooting out sideways, not getting any closer to the sunlight, well, you're going to have a pretty crummy harvest of tomatoes.
Yeah, and it's only going to continue going that way. And the other thing about the over the urinal advertising. Now, I'm sure that there are many people listening to this who their immediate thoughts of hearing that went, well, I could have told you guys that. Yeah, and
plenty of people have told us other things over the years about how to run the business.
But here's the thing. If you don't do it, you just don't know for sure. That is now X'd out. But if you get into that mode where, well, I could have told you that, well, then that sort of, that will pop up, that phrase in a lot of things if you've leaned into it. And all of a sudden, that becomes your mantra. Well, I could have told you that. That's in the back of your head. Well, it was right this time, so it's got to be right this time. No, it's not at all.
It's not how it works.
And until it has been tested, it is in the air. This is why every thought and idea is up for scrutiny. I'm sorry. And it doesn't matter who said it. Unless they've given you the data and say, well, listen, I've already done that. This is why I could have told you that. And here's the data. Okay, now you got me.
Right, now I'm listening.
Now I'm listening.
And that's what we're talking about. Journaling is capturing that data.
Yep.
Journaling is an opportunity for you to take an account. How did I think and feel in this moment? Well, that run sucked. I still think running sucks. Okay, what are the positives I can take out of that? Well, AJ, you ran 6 miles. That's the farthest you've ever run. Okay, where do I need to work? Well, those were 9-minute splits. That's not going to get us to our 145 marathon. That's not going to get us to our 145 half marathon. Okay, now I can work to improve. That's the power of journaling. You have an outlet for your emotions and feelings. You have an opportunity to look at the data in a meaningful way, take the lesson, process the loss, and move on. Now, the second thing we can do here is spending time with our loved ones, right?
Yeah.
In those moments of failure, find your support group, find your wolf pack, find your teammates, find the people who are going to be happy to bring you up. And listen, we know it's difficult to showcase failure. I know for ourselves here, as the business has had its lumps over the years, it's been difficult to say, hey, things aren't working. Yeah, things aren't going the way we want. Hey, we aren't getting the results we're after. It can be very tough. Your ego's definitely bruised. But guess what? When you're surrounded by people who care about you, they can allow you to see some things that maybe you weren't looking at. Maybe you weren't shining your flashlight on. I know in those moments where we've had some pretty colossal failures, it's been my friends and loved ones who've said, yeah, but you've been doing this for so long. Yeah, but this other thing you tried, it did work. So keep going. Those have been crucial moments for us to power through that failure. And what's funny about all of this, and the last tip that we're going to share actually comes from Dr. Sean Stevenson, a good buddy of ours. Ask yourself this: what's so funny about this? Right? When you look at failure through the lens of humor, when you look back at failure through the lens of comedy, yes, maybe it's not going to be easy, but what you're doing here is you're going to take that same experience and shift your focus from the negative into a more positive emotion. And who knows, you might actually get a good laugh out of it.
I think this is also why so many movies that showcase dark humor are so funny to a lot of us, because though it's cringy to watch, we're able to laugh at it because we've been in those situations, and it puts us to a place where we don't want to have to go back to. But however, being able to laugh at it from that lens is the first step of you gaining from it.
Now, the third myth that we want to debunk today is the idea that confidence is just a feeling. Yes, I know what you're thinking. What do you mean? Of course confidence is a feeling. Well, we all want to feel confident, and we think that once we feel confident, everything's going to be easy. And of course, we as coaches get this every time, people asking us how they can finally feel more confident. But let's delve into the etymology of confidence. The idea that confidence is a feeling is rooted in pop culture. Man, how poisonous is pop culture?
It's utterly destructive.
It really does. It poisons the mind. In fact, Russ Harris talks about the fact that this notion of confidence as a feeling has come into our Western culture only a few decades ago. And Dr. Stephen Hayes is going to talk about this next week as well. The original meaning of confidence, however, is quite different. 100 years ago, if you had asked people what confidence means, they'd have said, well, trusting yourself to do what matters. And we just have to look at the roots of the word confidence to see this. Confidence comes from the Latin confidere, and this translates to with trust. Now, when we look at the roots of words, we can now start to see that if we trust ourselves to do what matters, well, of course, that's coming from a place of confidence. The most confident people on the planet, they do the actions of confidence.
Yes.
They do something with trust and with knowledge, knowing that doing so is important.
Well, what other word do we know that has con in the middle and the beginning of it, right? Con man, what is he doing, right? Gaining your trust.
With trust. He's getting your trust to take action.
Yep.
Now, we are guilty of this too. We always talk about feeling more confident just because this is how the word has been used in our culture. But we certainly believe that it's important to make this distinction. In reality, confidence is nothing more and nothing less than taking action and doing what matters. I know that in our Core Confidence group, our video-based group coaching program, the first exercise that our coach Michael does with the group is to ask the question, what would you do if you had unlimited confidence?
And that's a wonderful question. I mean, what would you do?
Think about that for a minute.
Sure.
Would you run a marathon? Would you jump out of a plane? Would you approach that attractive person? Would you run into the networking event and run the room? What would you do if you had unlimited confidence? And what comes of this, of course, is a long list of things like we just talked about. We can go to the party, we could talk to more people, we can go outside, we can have more deep connections with people, we can take on new challenges, mental, physical. If we are confident, we need to act with trust. Act with trust. Trust in yourselves and take action. And that is where I love the skyscraper analogy that you have, Johnny.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, and we discuss it in class. And this is where the difference is. So we talk about how you shouldn't view it as a feeling, and that's the way pop culture has us viewing it. Great, fine. Then how should I view it? Well, this is it, right? So we talk about confidence as if it's a structure, because we talk about building confidence. Let's do what we can to maintain our confidence. Let's go out and put it together. And so we're going to talk about it as if it's a structure. So if we're going to talk about it as if it's a structure, then we should view it as a structure. Now, anything that we build takes time. And we're going to use the Twin Towers here. This is a nice visceral visual. So how long did it take to build those towers? Obviously, that took years to put those things together. And your confidence is no different. It takes years and building it. Everything that you do is going to help maintain it and build it. But we also understand how easily we can bring those towers down. I mean, we've seen that happen. And in fact, your confidence, much like those towers, can be brought down very easily.
And here's the thing. When we think about these structures, right? We don't just build a structure and go, oh, that structure is going to be around for 1,000 years.
Exactly.
We have a team of staff members who are replacing the windows, changing the floors, keeping that structure upright.
Well, yeah, let's look at that. What if we were to build those towers and never ever touch them again? What is going to happen? Nature in and itself destroys, and it's going to, those towers are going to deteriorate. They're going to be overgrown. They're going to start to slowly collapse. So you already have nature in it itself looking to take out those towers. And I can tell you that your confidence, if you just do something here and there to build it and then don't touch it again, it will slowly start to deteriorate. So you have that working against you, right? Now, what would be metaphorical planes into the side of your structural confidence? How about losing your job? You think that will mess with you? How about a relationship collapsing on itself and a trusting partner
taking advantage of you?
Taking advantage of you. That would be a metaphorical plane into the side of that confidence. And these are things, much like nature in itself, that at some point in time is going to happen. You are going to have this loss, these things that are going to happen. Now, if you remember the towers, those planes hitting them wasn't the very first time that they've ever been attacked.
Right.
There's been other times. There was a
bombing beneath in the basement.
Yeah, there was a van rolling fertilizer being parked in the basement, in the parking garage, and that didn't take those towers out. Why didn't it take those towers out? Because those towers were built to withstand that. And your confidence, much in the same manner, is going to need to be able to be built to withstand attacks like that, to withstand the loss that is inevitably coming your way just in life in and itself. So the way I see it, and the way we look at it here at the Art of Charm, is you have two choices every day that you wake up. You can either contribute to the forces that are looking to tear down your confidence, or you can actively participate in forces that are looking to strengthen and build your confidence. And when you look at it in that manner, that is a very easy choice. And so what am I going to do? And not only that, I can plan my day, my week, my month, and my year, and actively looking for opportunities to strengthen my confidence, to strengthen that structural confidence. And that's very important. And what are those things that we're going to be doing? Well, that is going to be taking more opportunities to walk in the unknown with the flashlight and illuminating places that I've never been. And that is going to unlock that. And that's going to strengthen it up. So when inevitably that loss comes your way, you will be able to withstand it. Your towers won't come down. Yes, you've taken a hit. Yes, you've sustained some damage, but it's not going to destroy you.
Right. And if we think about confidence in three factors, and this is our CAKE equation. Love using acronyms. This is taken directly from our boot camp course. On day one, we talk about how to actually break down confidence into something that is not a feeling.
Yes.
And it's something that we can actively work on, as Johnny said, day in and day out. And when we think about this CAKE equation, the C in CAKE is confidence. It breaks into three factors: attitude, knowledge, and experience. And if you focus diligently on improving your attitude, gaining knowledge, and gaining experience in life, you are actively building that tower of confidence. Now, there are going to be many opportunities where your confidence is going to be shaken.
Yes.
And in those moments, you can look through this same lens and say, okay, was my attitude in the right place? Did I have enough knowledge going in? Or maybe I needed some more experience. And in all of those situations, whether it was a physical challenge, a mental challenge, an emotional challenge, I've come back to the same three factors. Was my mindset right? Did I have enough knowledge? Did I have enough experience? And when the thing is, the knowledge of what to do on race day, right? This is the stuff you guys can expect. This is what is going to happen. This is how to prepare yourself.
Well, and 2 weeks prior, we even went on a 5-mile race just to get a taste of what it was going to be, the energy and what was going on, so that we would be able to pace ourselves and not get wrapped up in what was going on.
Because let's be honest,
the
training runs, you're on your own.
Yep.
You're not in a crowd. You're not competing with other people, jockeying, trying to catch someone else. You're running on your own. And lastly, that experience. All those miles logged leading up to race day, well, those three things came in to factor in our confidence on Sunday. On Sunday morning, I knew, based on my training, my knowledge of the course, and my attitude going in, that I was going to have a successful race.
You know, for myself, on the 5-mile race, I got swept up in getting ahead, getting away from people. I had a bunch of adrenaline going. I forgot my watch, so I wasn't able to put Strava on, and realized how easy it was for me to get influenced and manipulated to race ahead, only to get caught up in my first mile being at 7:20, and at that moment realizing I can't keep this up, not at 40 years old. And of course, I was winded. And granted, yeah, I was able to do the 5 mile. We were well prepared for that. But that allowed me to know that on race day, in those corrals, amongst all of those people who were amped up and fired up, that I was how I was going to go about it. I had a strategy, and it was won over from those 2 weeks earlier.
Now, when you think about confidence with trust, it starts with your attitude. Do you trust that you're going to be able to accomplish your goals? Do you trust in yourself? That attitude is the ability to stay positive even in the face of temporary setbacks or adversity. Positivity is going to open you up. Negativity obviously is going to shut you down.
You know, it was funny. I was just doing a Facebook Live on the family page leading up to the race, and there was a few people that were going to be there cheering us on, and I let them in to know that in moments where I was questioning myself and I was having difficulty, and when you're doing something like that, it's going to be there. That in those moments, I was going to start smiling as best and as loud and proud as I possibly could. And if you saw me smiling in those moments, you know that I'm having an internal dialogue and I'm trying to have some fun with it. And that was my plan. And of course, you know, in those moments, knowing what I was going to do when I had those moments and I did put on that big smile, then the only thing I could do was laugh about the process that I was going in, which made that funny.
Absolutely. And when we look at the three factors, attitude, knowledge, experience, attitude is often the hardest for us to improve.
I agree.
Especially when we're lacking in confidence. So let's talk about the other two factors. Knowledge, I feel at this day and age right now, you're listening to us on a podcast.
Yep.
You have access to more knowledge than ever in history.
Well, everything's out there. You have it.
So when it comes to lacking confidence, knowledge tends not to be as big of a factor for most people. They've spent some time and energy there.
Well,
but it definitely helps to go in over prepared, understanding what's ahead of you. I know for myself on race day, if I had no idea what to anticipate, I would have lacked a lot of confidence lacing it up and taking off.
Well, there is a small part of that, of not being so prepared, that I think that if you are a little bit arrogant, a little bit ignorant about things and you don't know any better, it could help. I can certainly say that as an entrepreneur, that I was able to accomplish some of those things because I just didn't know any better, and that helped. I definitely think that sometimes I feel that overanalyzing the situation or getting this knowledge can definitely hurt at times.
Well, that's the thing. Because it's the easiest of the three components for us to get, we tend to spend the most time there, right?
Yes.
It's easy. It's easy for me to go online and watch YouTube videos and read books and listen to podcasts. I mean, there are countless clients who've come through the boot camp, sat on the couch, and told us, what, Johnny? I read all the books.
I read all the books.
I watched all the videos. I've listened to every single one of your podcasts. I still can't approach that person. I still don't know what to say. I run out of things to say. My mind goes blank.
And that is going to bring us to experience. But before we get to that point, the other one is, what happens if I get here? What happens if I get to this point? This is where everyone that I've read about has trouble. Well, why don't you worry about that when you get there, rather than not even trying, right? Because you're worried about this point where a lot of other people had trouble. You haven't even got off the couch. Why are we worrying about that? So that brings us to experience.
Right. And experience is the one that is difficult to get, but actually can help you change your attitude, can help you take this knowledge and make it actionable. When we actually go out and run, not just watch running videos on YouTube and get all pumped up for the race, but when we actually log the miles, we're doing the hard stuff that builds confidence come race day.
Yeah.
Now, when you think of all of those areas of your life where you feel really confident, and most of us listening to this, it's probably in our career, well, we have these three factors firing on all cylinders. You went to school, you studied your balls off, you worked really hard, you got all the experience in the apprenticeship and the residency when you were making peanuts, and you worked under someone and you gained all of that valuable experience. And through those two things, you started to change your attitude. You started to believe that this is possible. I can do this.
You know, to go back to something you were saying about watching all the videos, the day before the race, you watched a couple race documentaries to get amped up, to motivate you, to pump it up. Now, that was the day before the race. That wasn't before you decided to train for this race to learn all about running and what you need to do. No, you dove into it to get the experience so that when you are able when it does become the day before race day, you can watch these videos to amp yourself up, to motivate, rather than to give you too much knowledge to where now you're going to have anxiety over things that you don't know about.
And I understand that knowledge around race day and watching the documentaries, that helps with mindset. There was some interesting mindset stuff there. It also showed me other people's experience.
Yeah.
But it certainly did not simulate what was actually going to happen on race day.
No.
And I think that's where a lot of us get hung up. We get hung up on the easiest step of gaining knowledge, watching other people do it, reading everything we can, doing that Google deep dive and clicking around and going on subreddits. But we tend not to put focus on getting the real world experience and really focusing on changing that attitude. And when we hire a coach, well, what does a coach do? A coach articulates for you an action plan to get the experience, and then a good coach will hone in on your attitude and mindset through that experience. There were some weeks where we got overconfident and Chris was like, you guys ain't seen nothing yet.
Yep.
And then there were other weeks where we're like, I don't know how we're going to finish this race, dude. This sucks. And he's like, you guys got it. You have more in the tank. And that's what a coach can bring out. A coach is going to do a reality check on your attitude. A coach is going to focus in on the crucial knowledge that you need to have, right? When we are in a situation like we are today where we can just consume knowledge from any source, trusted or not trusted, well, it can become analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
We can have too much information for our own good. We can be pointed in the wrong direction because we took all of that knowledge into consideration.
You know, how many movies, and there's one that comes up specifically, which is Heartbreak Ridge. It's a Clint Eastwood movie where he was, I can't remember the fight that they were going into, but here was this older, grizzled veteran who was going into the boot camp and training his cadets. If I use the wrong terminology, my apologies. And there was the movie was about his fight with the learned scholars of military and all the red tape. And basically it was this fight of, if you weren't there, you can't tell me what to do. And I think there was a lot more of this bureaucracy that came in as this knowledge comes out, where making these decisions from 20,000 miles away is not going to help when you're in it.
Absolutely, right? Every movie we've talked about over the years comes back to that. You can have as good of a plan as you want, and everything goes out the window when you get punched in the face.
I could just imagine, right? So here I am, I'm on mile 10, right? And previously, that was as far as both of us had run. So here I am walking into the unknown. I'm nervous. I'm going to call. I'm going to get on my iWatch here, my Apple Watch. I'm going to call my mom and see what she's got to say, right? Mom, listen, I'm just past mile 10, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make this happen. And my mom could tell me, well, listen, I know you, and you're going to get it done. Great, thanks, Mom. And I'm off to finish the other three. It doesn't
right. I wish it worked that way.
Absolutely.
So knowledge is easy for us to accumulate, but often we overlook those other two factors in building confidence. Changing our mindset, starting to believe that things are possible, is a step in the right direction towards feeling confident, towards acting with trust in ourselves. But ultimately, experience is where that rubber hits the road. And that's why in the boot camp setting, we focus on these three areas. We distill down the best knowledge around socializing, but also shifting those attitudes. And we focus on experience. Everything in the boot camp is experiential. It's immersive, so that you're not just passively taking notes from me and Johnny. You could do that listening to the show.
Yes.
We take you out in Los Angeles to get the experience to build that confidence. Now, when we think about confidence in this manner, it actually becomes something that we can have a plan to build. We can have a plan to work towards, right? It's not some fleeting emotion. Oh, I wish I felt more confident. Oh, I'm going to think my way into acting. It doesn't work that way.
Absolutely. And upon listening to this, you should feel, well, it shows that you have two choices here, right? Am I going to get up tomorrow and start actively working on these things? Or am I going to watch another video about things I'd like to do?
And next week, we're going to have Dr. Stephen Hayes on, one of the founding fathers of acceptance commitment therapy.
ACT.
Which is all about building this self-confidence that we're all chasing. And it's going to be really fun to have a great conversation because we've built a lot of the boot camp principles around ACT and its ability to not only change your mindset, but change your life. And when we talk about building confidence, that does change your life. When you can start trusting in yourself to take those actions, living outside of your comfort zone, well, that's where life truly happens. I never 6 months ago would have imagined I would have completed 13.1 miles with my best friend Johnny and my girlfriend Amy. We crushed our time. We had a great time doing it. And now we're ready for that next challenge.
The next one. We've already been kicking around some ideas, and we haven't inked anything yet, but I think within a week here or two, we'll figure that out. But we got some good ones up there.
We would love to hear from you.
Yeah.
What would you do if you had unlimited confidence, and what's stopping you from taking those actions? Let us know. We're always excited to hear from you all. You can email us at questions@theartofcharm.com. We're going to be taking your questions on building confidence this entire month, or through social media on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter at The Art of Charm, or you can always send us a voice message and we might just play it on a future episode. Also, do us a favor and write us a review in iTunes or your favorite podcast app. It would mean the world to us. In conclusion, these were 3 myths about confidence that we wanted to debunk today to help you start rebuilding your confidence. Number 1, artificially boosting your self-esteem in order to become more successful in life is not supported by science. Instead, do it the other way around. You need to start taking action. If you do that consistently, then you will rewrite that story that you've been telling yourself about who you are. Yes, confidence is to a certain degree genetic, but no matter how confident or successful someone is, there's just no way to go through life without failing. And that's a good thing because it allows us to grow. And lastly, the myth that confidence is just a feeling. This is something that Western culture has been pushing for the last few decades, but instead it's a quality of action that you bring into everything you do. It's the idea of trusting yourself to do what really matters, and in the end, that's all that counts.
Raspberry Pis, or those workshops that give you the hardware devices that you code along. Then we have code workshops where we focus on softwares, APIs, and for that you only need to bring your laptop and we code together. Then we have data science workshops that focus on artificial intelligence and machine learning. But other than that, we have a variety of different topics. We focus on robotics, cloud computing, and we also focus on business workshops now to help entrepreneurs get better at what they're doing, improve on their skills. But our audience members are a mix of entrepreneurs, professionals, they are students. Anyone is welcome. These workshops are free of charge. You can follow us at Make Smart Things on our social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and you can actually find us on YouTube because we live stream these workshops. You can access it through our website as well at theassembly.ae. So before we begin, I'll invite Miriam, who will be taking over, and she will give an introduction to the speaker. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So today we have Yusti. So with 25 years of experience, Yusti is Smart, founder and CEO of the Business Clinic Middle East and 6Bs, brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the business consulting industry. Prior to founding the Business Clinic Middle East and 6Bs, Yusti was a senior principal at Korn Ferry and other multinational consultancies with significant experience in strategy, performance management, leadership, and personal agility, innovation, and change management, as well as being competent business coach, achieving success. So please welcome Yusti.
Thank you. Okay, I forgot my clicker. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for coming today. And before we start, since now you know me, and I usually don't do that, usually I don't tell anyone who I am until the very, very end. So if you don't like it, you don't know me, forget about me. So let's start to get to know you. And why are you here today? So let's start with you.
Okay, hi, my name is Anam. I'm a technical consultant with a cloud computing organization. So I look into regional operations and business development. And I'm here because my partner is going to class. He couldn't make it today, and I want to start helping him, as a side partner. So there's a lot I thought I could learn for myself and for him.
Okay, fantastic.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm here because I really want to be more aware of my emotions when it comes to doing business. Because I realized that it's kind of an up and down all the time. Like there's setbacks and success. So kind of just understanding how that works and how it affects my decisions as well. Basically. I'm very curious to hear this.
Okay, great. Thank you, thank you.
My name is Vignesh. Like everyone said, so I was very interested in the title. It was emotional strength for entrepreneurs. But I think it applies almost everywhere. But
True.
it's a very interesting thing because the biggest obstacle is usually just yourself. Yeah, like you put up a wall on what's possible and what's not possible. So all that happens inside your head. So let's see what emotional strength can help me achieve here.
Great, great.
Okay, so T is here, good morning, and I'm a freelancer. Currently working on different IT projects, and I'm here just because of some curiosity actually. And the title is nice. I'm also interested in startup environment in UAE. Also, I've been to many startup events. Not the winner, but usually on the second or the third place. So why not actually to learn new techniques, how to handle actually such a business.
Great. And what's your name?
TS or
TS. Okay. So thank you again for coming, and let's jump into it. This is for me is really challenging. I usually take between 3 to 5 days to speak about emotions. So putting it in 2 hours is really fun to try. So let's see how this will work out. So I will start with some questions, and let's see, what do you know about emotions? So what's your definition of emotion? Do you know anything about that?
Feelings
Feelings. Okay.
in one word. So basically, depending on your mood swings or you, depending on your situation, how you feel at that point of time, and how you express those feelings or emotions.
Okay, fantastic.
Connect it with movements, even like emotions, because that's what it felt like to me recently as well. Like as I just said, going up, going down, like feeling good, feeling bad.
So it moves.
It moves, yeah.
And it's really a bit weird because people will always refer to emotions as feelings. And do you think there's a difference between emotions and feelings?
See, the way I look at it, every feeling or emotion, it has to have a neurochemical basis for its existence.
Yes.
So a feeling could be just like a low dose of some neurochemical reaction happening in your brain, and then when there's an overload, you could call it an emotion. You can get really excited, or you can just be like mildly happy. And it's like the difference between like taking a little bit of, like having a little drink and having a lot to drink.
So the little drink is the feeling,
Yeah.
and the bigger drink is the emotions. Okay, interesting.
Actually, I'm not expert in that area, so I'm just.
So you will have the right answer.
Yeah.
So try it. You will have the right answer.
For me,
Gut feeling, what would it be?
yeah, I mean, for me, this is like just, some kind of actions or responses from our body based on the environment. And I wouldn't make, I don't know actually what exactly is the difference yet.
The difference between them. Okay, fantastic. So this is emotions in general, and I will tell you the difference between emotions and feelings in a minute. Before that, let's go to something more difficult to answer, is what are negative emotions, and how do you deal with them? And I'll tell you how people usually deal with them, but let me hear from you.
So negative emotion is something that makes the other person uncomfortable. So let's say you do something that makes the other person uncomfortable. Now, making yourself comfortable or uncomfortable with that is a very subjective matter of personality. Some people retrospect and it's like I was wrong, and some people just feel no, that is my point and I stand by it, but the other person might still be hurt.
And how usually do you deal with your negative emotions?
Well, for instance, for me, it takes a while. I need like my space to retrospect, like the entire equation.
Okay.
And then I'm more like old school, so I like maybe would just, think about what was my fault, what was the other person's fault, and maybe try and come to a neutral ground. If it was my fault, maybe just apologize. If it's their fault, maybe just try to explain it more politely.
Okay, fantastic. And how do you deal with your negative emotions?
First of all, I don't call them like negative emotions. For me, everything
Great.
is like a challenge. So
Okay.
for me because what I realized is that, I still don't know what's my full potential. So based on all these small challenges, I can somehow explore my full potential. So for me, I'm ready to handle such things, and I don't pay much attention to them. So if there's some kind of difficult day, I just want to learn from it. That this is my way of,
Great. So when you talk about challenges, you're talking about what's happening in the day, not how you feel about what's happening on the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I got.
I don't put much attention to the emotion part because I just want to be practical.
So you ignore them and focus on the learning. Is that correct? Great. How do you deal with the negative emotions?
Yeah, I deal with negative emotions. So last 2 years, I've actually been working with one very specific kind of meditation that really focuses on that aspect. So how it works is, like a very brief summary is, you have all different kinds of emotions, but you react to your emotions in a very specific way, very subjective way to you. So this kind of, the process of this is that you want to be more positive even with negative emotions. You want to be very accepting of anger, of shame, guilt, feeling like an idiot.
So you want to bear them in a way.
No, you want to be as positive as you can be, and if you keep practicing, it gets easier and easier.
Yeah.
And so you put a positive frame around a negative emotion rather than putting a negative frame around a negative emotion.
Yeah.
It's one option, basically, one possibility.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think so. I feel good.
Think so.
I feel good.
Okay, fantastic.
It's very much what everybody else is saying. For me, I think I try to relabel them or like negative emotions, or just look at them from a positive point of view, or also like what helps, and that is not always, I don't always manage this, it's very difficult sometimes, but or for me, gratitude, I don't know if that's an emotion or a feeling or whatever, but this one really helps me to, let's say I'm even trying to be grateful for challenges or negative emotions that I can learn. So that's the one I use most of the time to remorph
the gratefulness,
gratefulness, and it works sometimes. But the more I practice, like you said, it actually works.
Okay, great. So
I think, yeah, work sometimes I do that as well. Like I think about the positive things that have happened. But sometimes things are like not up to you. Like, the emotional baggage you have, you don't have the control to that situation. In that scenario, like what I do is just point it out. Just poking holes and maybe point it out.
So because sometimes it's not in your control, you cannot do anything else, right? Okay, great. So people would usually use 3 strategies to work with negative emotions. And before I tell you the difference, let's see how people would deal with them. And tell me from your experience, how's that? The first one is that we will try to ignore them. So I will feel fear or sad or frustration or whatever, but I'll try to ignore it. Okay? And when I try to ignore it, do I really ignore it? You'll always feel something, right? Because it's there, it's living with you. As if you're carrying a bag and you said in your head, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, but are you carrying the bag or not? It's still there and you still can feel it, but you choose not to focus on it, but you're carrying it. So this is one thing. The other thing is, if you cannot ignore it, then you're going to have to bear it. You're going to live with it. You're going to say, I'm angry, but I don't care. I have fear, but I don't care. I have frustration, but I don't care. I'm strong, I'm So try to bear it. And then usually that will also not work. And if this also does not work, hello, then you come in. If that also does not work, then people would go to the last one, which is really amuses me, which is competition. So you come to me and you say, Yusri, today I'm really very sad. And I would say, but I'm more sad than you. Go to your wife and tell her, today was a really very horrible day at work. She will tell you, what about me doing with the kids and doing that and doing this? She will try to compete with you with her negative emotions, and let's see who have more negatives than the other ones. And these are the strategies. These are the only 3 strategies that people use when they deal with negative emotions. And usually it will not work. It will work for some time, but then does the problem go away? It doesn't. Okay? So after a while, you'll find out that I didn't do anything because I bared it, or I ignored it, or I competing with it. And competition is really nice because you're talking about it, so you feel like you're good. I'm not really carrying it on my back, I'm carrying it with me. So me and my sadness, me and my regret, me and my kids, and me and my work, me and my stuff. Whatever is making you feel irritated or have negative emotions with you, you're competing with it. But is there a way that we can actually deal with our negative emotions, and are they really negative or not? So to answer this question, we need to answer first, what are emotions? We really need to understand what is that. So emotions are different, and how we get them depends on how you deal or understand a certain situation. So the first difference between emotions and feelings is that emotions are the reaction that we get from an external event. So let me give you an example. What team did you support in World Cup?
Well, I was actually supporting. I was supporting France.
France. Okay, fantastic. So if France would have scored a goal on the final at the very, very last minute of the game, how would you feel? Very, very last minute. Joyful. And what do you usually do when you're joyful?
Maybe just make some noise, celebrate with friends.
Okay, so you'll do noise, you will jump. What do you do when you celebrate at the last minute if your team scored?
Pretty much the same thing.
Show me.
What?
Show me. What do you do?
Just, I mean, let's see. I would just just let us scream or something.
Scream.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that now? You can do it? Yeah. Okay, so come here. Show me how will you be excited? Exactly. So this is how you do it. So you will scream, you will jump, you will left, right? But how long will that last? The jumping, screaming, and hugging someone next to you. Few seconds, maybe few minutes, right? If this is the finals and the final game and all of that, so it will last for a few minutes. But do you continue your day jumping and dancing and doing like that? No, right? But how do you continue your day?
Well, you're happy.
You're happy. So what would we call the first one? Joy. And the second one? Happiness. What is the difference?
One is short term, one is long lasting.
Exactly. So one is short and one is long. One has a high key. So joy, we jump, we dance, right? We scream. But then happiness. How do you live by when you're happy? It's a low key, right? Now I'm happy. I'm not dancing, I'm not jumping, I'm not screaming like her, but I'm happy, right? So emotions are the reaction of an external event. Feelings are the reaction of emotion. Does that make sense? So an external event will happen. I'll get emotion, and then once I get the emotion, I will have a feeling to that emotion. And this is how we do it. So emotions are your reactions to the external events. But is it only the reaction to external event? Let me, I forgot to tell you about the good news and bad news. Okay. So the good news, let's start first with the bad news. The bad news is that because now we know that our reactions are emotions toward the external events, now we have bad news, or the bitter news is that we cannot get rid of our emotions, especially the negative ones, because you cannot control external events, right? So whatever external events happen, you will have to have an emotion. This is the bad news. The good news is they are not actually negative emotions. So there is nothing called negative emotions. And I know that we've spent years and years and years, and we've been brought up people telling us there is something called negative emotion. It's not true. It's a big lie. There is nothing called negative emotions. We have, as he rightly said, we have negative events. Emotions are not negative. What happened is negative. So we have negative events, challenges in life. Our emotions are separate from that. So we have emotions. So whatever we have, it's called emotions. Not negative, not positive. They are emotions. Okay? And as a result of our emotions, we get what we call feelings, which is a wrong word. What we get is, when we fall in love, what do we say? What do you say about yourself? When you are, I am in, yes, put one word before love. What would it be? I am in, no, after you have fallen. So after you have fallen, where are you?
Different state? Or
Huh? State, exactly. So it's not feelings, because feelings are hot, cold, right? Soft, hard. This is feeling, right? If I put my hand here, I can feel something. So these are feelings. But what we call feelings are actually called state. So I'm in a state of love. I'm in a state of sadness. It's a state. And how do we produce this state? From external event. Emotion, and then our state. So do we now understand how can we reprogram our emotion? How?
I have a hunch.
Yeah, tell me. Yeah, tell me about your hunch.
Yeah, so basically then it comes down to how I perceive these emotions. So the emotions, I have to live through them anyway.
You perceive the emotion, or how do you produce the emotion as a result of
The
external event? Then what do you need to perceive? What is the thing that you're perceiving?
emotion,
The external event.
the external event.
So how you understand the external event, create an emotion, and then the emotion will create a state. So let me show you this in a drawing. So an external event will happen, and then you're going to get this external event through your 5 senses. And this is the model that they use in NLP, so neuro-linguistic programming. Anyone have been in a neuro-linguistic programming before, NLP? Yeah, good. 1, no, 2, okay, fantastic. So this is what we call our communication model. In the NLP world, they would call it communication model. And the communication model refers to how we communicate with our internal stuff, so our emotion, feelings, and all of these things. So an external event will happen, and then through our 5 senses, we're going to get this, and then we're going to create an experience. And then depending on our experience, we will create a meaning. So let me give you an example. What happened? I'll tell you a story better. So I was giving a training, and then the lady, assistant lady who was helping me in the room from the company that I went to give the training, she was pregnant. And I was carrying big box of stuff, and I was going out of the door, and she was coming out of the door as well in front of me. So when she left the door to slam in my face. So one of the attendees was sitting there. He ran quickly and he said, "Yossi, I'm really sorry, she didn't mean, and ta-ta-ta-ta. Do you think I should be angry?" She slammed the door in my face. Yes, no?
It depends on your state of mind at that point.
Do you think it depends on the state? Yes, it depends on the state.
Well, if you're trying to that box, you could be angry, but if you just
But why would I be angry? Why would I be angry? Yeah, but why? Why did that make me angry? From her? Am I angry from the door or from her? The door. The door. So I will go to the door.
the action of the door being slammed.
That angered you more than her walking through the door.
Yes,
So it was the action of the door slamming that than her walking out and not leaving the door open.
exactly. So what does that mean? Exactly what you said. It's my perception of what happened. If I give it a meaning that she purposely did that, I will get angry. If I get a different meaning that because she's pregnant, she has her own load, couldn't focus on what she's doing, she didn't notice the door, do you think I'll be angry? No, right? If I'm speaking right now and one of you guys started telling me, Yossi, I have a question now, and you interrupted me. Again, I can get angry if the meaning I get is that you are interrupting me, or I get really happy if the meaning I give to this event that you are excited to ask. So who is responsible to create an emotion? Me, the event, but I'm responsible for the meaning I give it to it. So my wife would come to me, and I'm working on my laptop. I have 2 startups, 2 kids, 2 cats, 2 partners, 2 investors.
Only one wife.
Only me.
Only
Okay. Yeah, only one wife now. Yeah. And it is recorded. Don't forget. Okay, so so 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and I'm working on my laptop, and she would go first and do all the makeup, all the stuff, and she looks fantastic, and she comes to me, Yusri, I want to speak to you, not now. Yusri, I need you, not now. How do you think she'll feel? In her head, what do you think the conversation that will happen? Yes, she's not a priority, I don't love her anymore, I'm getting old, all of that stuff is happening there, right? And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every second. Now, why is this happening? Because of? The interpretation of?
No,
her expectation.
Of you.
Yes. And before that, it was the meaning she gave to the external event that I did, not now. This is the external event, not now. Or even I didn't hear at all what she's doing. I didn't look at what she have done. She spent hours in front of the mirror doing things, and I'm... So she gave a meaning to that movement that I don't care. Now, could she have taken another meaning? Yes? What was a different meaning?
She could think of it as you trying to provide for her and yeah, creating more income or whatever, to try to provide for the children and her. And,
Okay, so this is a really positive meaning. I'm focusing on what I'm doing, I'm busy, I'm trying to provide for her and the kids, and I'm working really hard. But does that mean that she don't take what she needs? Or can she still take what she needs? Later, no, I mean now. Do you think she can take what she wants now?
I don't think so, because you're invested with your breakthrough and your...
Exactly. Now I want you to impersonate me. Now you are the one who's doing all of that, okay? So you're Yusri, okay? And I'm Mariam, and she will hear me saying that. So this will be another conversation, okay? So, so what I will do is, I will come to you and I say, Yusri, I know you're very busy now, and I know you have lots in your head, and I want to speak with you for 2 minutes. Can you give me 2 minutes? What do you think you'll answer me now?
Are you sure it's going to take a minute?
No, you tell me.
If it's really important, tell me what it is, or if it can wait.
Exactly. So now what happened?
Now she would probably give it a second thought if it's actually that urgent or it can wait.
Exactly. So how did she come to act differently? What did she do? Yeah, and she communicated. And before communication, how did the communication came right? Because she changed the meaning of what I've done. So the meaning that I've done, it's not, I don't like you, I hate you, we're old, all of that. It's, I'm busy. So I understand you're busy, so I come to you and I say, I understand you're busy. Can I take a couple of minutes? Can I take a hug? Whatever. Whatever she would say, I will do, because she now understands what is happening. Does that make sense? Yeah? So because we get the emotion, so the emotion that she brought, what would we call it at the beginning, before she understood, when she understood that this was bad? What was the name of the emotion that she created? What was the name of the emotion?
the rejection.
Rejection, right? So she took the rejection and then she acted on the rejection, and how do you think it will go after that? It will be a big fight, right? And this is what we do, because we don't understand how it goes. So an external event will happen, we'll receive it with our 5 senses, and then it will go to our experience, and then we will create a meaning. Once we create a meaning, we will have an external representation, internal representation in our head. So our head does not understand words, does not understand anything except pictures. And this is why we call it internal representation, because it will create a picture. And the picture in your head may be colors, cats, dogs, whatever it is. It does not have to represent the actual thing. So if you think about your love to your wife or mother or anything, the picture in your head can be anything. So if your mother could be a carrot cake or an apple cake or whatever, it doesn't need to be the mother herself. And we'll do a test right now. And then once we create this picture, then the mind will create our state. And once we create our state, it will affect our physiology, so how we sit. So people will talk to you about body language, and then they will come to her and say, why are you crossing your legs and crossing your hands? You're probably feeling scared, closed, not open, all of that. Are you feeling all of this? Or cold, simply, right? Or maybe, I feel comfortable this way, right? Have you ever felt comfortable that you have done that? Because you are comfortable, right? So it doesn't mean anything except if there is something happening. So our physiology will be affected by whatever is happening, and then we will make our own body language, and then through this body language, we will create our behavior. Does that make sense? So external event will create an emotion. Emotion will create a state. The state will affect our physiology, how we move our body language, and then our body language will affect how we behave. So behavior is whatever comes out of your mouth second. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So this is how the whole thing goes. So what does that mean? It means that we can control our emotions. Isn't that right? If I know, we can control our reactions. Exactly. So we cannot control our emotions. Because why?
Emotions are internal, reactions are external.
Exactly. So emotions will happen anyway as a reaction to an external event. So if they happen anyway as an external event, what does that tell you about it? Why do they happen? Why do you think the purpose of having them?
You know how to act.
Exactly, because it will tell you how to act depending on the meaning you gave to them. So if I said Yusri is busy, I will behave differently. If I say he's rejecting me, I will behave differently. So it depends on the meaning. But your emotions will tell you how to react. And this is why there is nothing called negative emotions. They are all emotions. But because people before that didn't understand them, didn't know how to deal with fear, anger, frustration, and all of that, they didn't know what to call them, and so they called them negative. And what do you do with negative emotion? Nothing. So you'll come with all of your frustration and you go to someone and he will tell you, play music, go to the gym, run. What do? You go running and you go to the gym. When you go to the gym, how do you feel? Fantastic, right? It all goes away. But when you go back to your bed, what happens? It all comes back, right? You go play music, fantastic. You come back, bad. Because you're not actually listening to what is the emotion is telling you. So you're trying to do the three stuff that we said. People will deal with negative emotions with three stuff. Either they try to bear them, ignore them if they couldn't, and then compete with them if both other strategies fail.
It's like a placebo effect, you know, because you assume it worked for them, or at least you assume because they said it worked for them, it might work for you, but you actually don't know if they were affected by it in a long term.
Exactly, and this is why people get stressed. So what is stress? Stress are many negative emotions that you are keeping inside and you're not dealing with them. And then in a little while you'll understand why stress happens and why it doesn't really matter whatever pills we take, it doesn't work because it's not in your physiology, it's in your head. And if you understand the meanings of your emotions, you can fix it really very quickly and very simply.
Is there something you said people may compete with them? What do you mean compete? Like generating other emotions?
Okay, So this is what will happen. I will come to my wife and I say, today I had a very horrible day at work. She said, Yossi, who cares? I had a more horrible day with the kids. And then I will tell her, yeah, but my boss did that, but your mother did that, and but my ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And then we'll keep competing with them because we cannot do anything about it. And so this is how competition works in negative emotions. You'll sit with a friend and your work is stressful, but not as stressful as a startup, and startup is not as stressful as being a manager, and it's not as being starting my life or ending my life. And we're all competing with negative emotions because we don't know, we don't really understand them, we don't know the reason for it. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. So let's do a test and understand the cycle that I told you. So what I will ask you to do now is I will ask you to close your eyes. Okay. And then I will tell you a story. And then through this story, you will experiment two things. How internal representation happens, and how do you feel with the story. Are you ready? So when I say 3, you will close your eyes. Okay? Don't close your eyes because you're looking at the camera, so you don't do that. All right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the story goes like this. You won your lottery. You've seen the numbers now on TV. And you made $65 billion. First thing you do is you call a limo. The guy comes to your house. Now you can see your house as you can see it. It's totally up to you. It's your house that you're living in now. But the limo is coming to take you to your dream vacation. And this could be a nice little island, big island, jungle, desert, wherever you want to go. The driver comes out and he puts the red carpet. And then you walk through this red carpet to this really nice limo that has your preferred color. You go in, you have all your drinks, all of the stuff, nice music, and he drives away to the airport. In the airport, this nice jet that is waiting for you. You just bought it and you're very, very happy. You have $65 billion and you built the airplane in a couple of days and it's designed for you. So go in, take your best seat, sit next to the window, and now you can hear the jet roaring and taking off. You're between the skies. You can see all the blues, all the colors, and you're relaxing, having your favorite drink. You arrive to your island. You go down the runway, another red carpet, and these beautiful girls and guys wearing these roses around their necks, dancing, playing music, cheering for you, and then you walk to the beach. You're barefooted and you can feel the heat of the sand under your feet. And you can hear on the background some kids playing. It's not noisy, it's at the very background. Giggles of kids. The sun is not burning, but you feel the warmth. And your feet are getting into the cold water. So you have this nice mix between hot and cold and all of that. You go to your seat, you sit down, and the waiter is coming with a big bowl of ice cream. Your favorite taste, flavors, and everything. And it comes to you, and you get your scoop in it, and you put it at the tip of your mouth, and you start tasting it. Ah, onions. It's rotten. It's full of flies. Ah, and open your eyes. What happened? What happened? Nothing happened. Okay, so you didn't go to the onions.
It was like I was in the middle of my sleep, and then I was having this dream, and then it drifted, and then I just woke up.
Okay.
I suddenly remembered my trip to Maldives, so we were saying all of that. I think it's just maybe brought like both memories and kind of like, you know, where I picture myself and stuff like that. So,
And how did you feel throughout the story?
I don't think a specific feeling. It was more of all pictures and
And these pictures that you saw in your head, how did that make you feel? You were smiling when when your eyes were closed. So it brought good memory, happy. Okay.
No, I was shocked.
Why?
Because I was feeling good and picturing sitting there and eating ice cream. I normally don't really like ice cream, but then I thought actually now when I'm trying it, it's sort of vanilla ice cream. It's nice, I like it. And then you got down with the onions and so I even tried to put in so much effort to taste it. So then that's kind of a shock, really.
Exactly. So, but you felt it, right?
Yeah.
And what was easier for you in your head? Was it the sounds, the feelings, or the pictures? Pictures were
Just like soothing and relaxing.
okay. And then how did that make you feel?
Exactly, relaxing.
Relaxing. All right.
I'm still traumatized
By the onions.
the perfect vacation, 65 billion.
And what was easier for you? Pictures, feelings, or pictures?
Easy for me, pictures.
Pictures. Okay. And how did you feel through the journey?
Alright, nothing special.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing, like visualizing the whole experience was nice. It was relaxing.
Yeah, for me, yeah, like meditation combined with pictures.
With pictures. Okay. And some people will find pictures easier to come. Some other people will find sounds are easier to come. And some other people will feel the heat of the sand and the water and all of that easier. So people are different. But what does that tell you? That if we made up an external event, and we all know it's not true, right? But even though it's not true, it created an emotion. Now, some emotions can be good, some emotions can be bad, but is it really bad and good? Or is it the meaning that we give it to it? So because you know it's a story, it's an imagination, but you still gave it a good meaning, like I like what I see, it's reality, so you felt good, right? Because in your head, if you're saying that this was just an imagination, would you have felt anything? Probably not, right? It's just saying we know that we are in the assembly, we're sitting in a chair, probably not so comfortable, all of that stuff, right? And then you will not feel anything. And then this will be another choice of giving my story a different meaning. Does that make sense? So in a nutshell, things will happen around you, and whatever meaning you give to whatever is happening will create an emotion. Keep repeating that emotion, you will create a state that will not change. I'll give you an example. Do you have any manager, friend, someone that in your head said, I don't trust him anymore, I don't like him anymore? Do you have had this experience before? Okay, so why did that happen? I will tell you what happened. He created one negative event. You had a negative emotion. You said, he's my friend, I will bear it. He did another one, and then he did another one. And every time he creates a negative event, he creates a negative emotion, and then you create a negative state. And what will we call this state at the very end? I don't trust him. So keep repeating negative events, you'll create repeated negative emotions, you will be in a technology assembly world, you have installed a negative state. Now, do you think we can uninstall it? Yes? What can we do?
Change your interpretation, replace it with emotion.
How can you do that? How can you replace it? What do you need to do?
Change how you interpret something or have a conversation.
This is you, but what about the guy who created all that? Can he change it?
Who created the distrust?
Yes. So what does he need to do?
He needs to understand that this creates a negative state of people.
And then what does he need?
Then change the act.
Okay. So I'll
Change the way it's perceived.
exactly. So one of the things that will happen is I will do one thing. Let's say I will get my wife to be upset. So now I want to make a recovery. So I'll go buy 150 dirhams, roses and stuff, and then I will go home and say, sweetie, I'm sorry. And then she takes it and then she throw it and she don't speak to me. And in my head I would say, why she's having a big fuss? I mean, this was only because we were talking about my socks that is always lost and I always cannot find it and all of that stuff. It's not a big deal. Why the roses didn't work? It's simply because I have done so many other things beside the sock thing, so I created a negative state. So one set of roses will not fix that. I need to clean the dishes, external event, and then feed the kids, external event. I need to work hard. I really worked hard to create the negative state, so I really need to do another set of external events, positive one, create a set of positive emotion, and then reverse the state. Does that make sense? So one act will not do because I really worked hard to create this negative state. So when you go next time and amend with your girlfriend, wife, mother, don't expect it's one thing. If you've been creating a whole big pile of negative things, you need to create another big pile of positive things so you can create a different state of trust. And this is why when you have the same issue with a colleague in a work, you don't trust him. It's because he have done so many negative events. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to take a break? Yes? No? We can? We can? We can't? We can't. We can't. We can't. We can't. We can?
I am in no position to say that. I'll let the others.
Okay, so let's have a break, but in a different way. So I will ask you to stand up. Because how many trainings have you attended before, guys? How many? Yeah, so like billions, right? Okay.
A few, like one each month.
One each month.
Countless.
Countless. Five. Countless. 5 plus.
Yeah,
Few.
like that. Only
4.
2, 3.
No, not here. I mean anywhere in the world.
Oh, like for workshops in general.
Yeah.
I lost track.
Okay.
In the past year or just
In your entire life. 60, 50. So many. Thousands. A lot.
I still stick to the fact count was.
Countless.
Countless.
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
Probably like 10, 20.
10.
More than 100.
More than 100. Okay. So how many times out of these countless numbers have you chosen to go yourself? So nobody drove you to go or invited you to go or to push you to go. You said, this is really good for me. I want to go. How many of you have done that before? So just raise your hand. This is something that you have. So you have done it before. You attended something that you really wanted to attend to, except poor you. Never. You've been always pushed to today, okay? Okay. So now, how many of you, those who attended something that they really, really liked and they attended, and they said, yes, what we're hearing is exactly what we need. This is really very powerful for me. This is exactly what I need. This is exactly what will change my life. How many of you have heard that before? Like you attended something and yeah, it was great. And then how many of you out of those who...
Percentage starts with degrees here.
What is that?
Percentage starts with degrees here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how many out of these ones that you said, yes, this is it. Now I know what I need to do. And then yet you didn't do anything. How many? Come on, be truthful. Right? Why? Why do you think this happens?
I guess it's a period of time where you're like, really fired up that, you're going to do this very thing.
They triggered your emotions, but
Yeah.
you didn't.
But then after a while it simmers down and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Like I said, they triggered your emotions, but you didn't use the emotion to
To build
things
on it.
happen,
Yeah?
the external stuff.
And I'll tell you really the reason, okay? So it has nothing to do with your emotions. It has to do with exactly what you said. How can we take this emotion and work with it? And I'll give you the reason. Now, people will go and attend these workshop setup, And what do? Is that sit down again? And I want you to be quick, okay? Because I'm gonna make you sit, stand, okay? So when I say it, do it very, very quickly. You ready? Yeah? Okay. So they would sit, and as I'm speaking, or anyone else, you know what they are doing? Like this. What is that? You're approving it, right? You're saying good stuff, but like this. Now imagine if I'm doing the training and I'm talking to you like this. Emotions are really nice if you use it wisely. Your life. How would you feel?
Like you know what I'm thinking, honestly.
Yeah? Okay. So it does not work, right?
Do something.
Yeah. So when people just shake their heads, they would take probably 20% of whatever happening in the room, and then 6 months down the time, they will only remember or act on maybe 10%, 5%, because they didn't take it really in, all of it. But now if you're writing notes, what happens? Nothing, okay? Because if you're writing notes like this, what happens to the notebook? Usually it's forgotten in the car. 90% in the room, the rest are in the car, and rarely it goes to your home, where it will again be forgotten somewhere under your bed. But what really works, you get moving when you're listening. When you say, yes, I want to ask a question, when you move your body, when you shake it, when you understand, when you stand up, when you sit down, when you have energy talking to me. You have energy. Show me.
Oh.
Whoa, yes.
Yeah.
Can you scream now?
Oh, I saw.
Still not? No charging? Okay, we'll try again later. Okay. So don't think that you got away with it, all right? So stand up. So whenever I will tell you something, when I say, does that make sense? I want you to tell me, yes! Can you do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Again. It didn't work again. So, if I tell you, does that make sense? And you really having sense, I mean, don't tell me yes if it doesn't. But if it does, I want you to tell me, yes! Can we do that?
Yes!
No, I can hear, by the way, that they all said it, except you. I've been doing this for so long.
Yes!
Thank you very much. Okay. So if we have this energy, you're going to get a lot out of the day. And it's only 2 hours, guys, right? Which we probably having... How much time do we have left?
We have like 50 minutes.
Okay. Sit down. Okay, do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have an agreement?
Yes!
Yes. And I want you to say yes. Okay, can you do that?
Yes!
Okay, but with them.
Okay.
Don't say it alone, right? It doesn't feel good when you're, you know, so, okay, again. So, are we ready?
Yes!
If you don't do it with them, you're going to do it alone. This is between you and me, okay? Nobody heard that. Okay? All right. So this is how emotions are being created. So external events, we get a meaning, it creates the emotion, senses, state, physiology, and our behavior. Okay? All right. Now, how can we use this? How can we understand this? So let's explain what are emotions and all the set of them. And I know that you are more concerned with what we call negative, so I'll focus only on this because in 1 hour we cannot cover them all, but I will cover the major ones, the ones that we all have. Now, emotions are endless and we cannot count them because every one of us will rephrase them or give them a different name than the other. So let me give you an example. You all know love, right? Love. No, you know?
No, I didn't.
You know it? Okay. So we all know love, right? So this is what I want you to do. Bless you. And do you know what is a chair? Yeah? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Since we don't have pen and papers, this is what I want you to do. I want you in your head, okay, to pick what love is for you in one word only, in your head. But pick the word in your head. Don't tell me, all right? Once you have a word in your head, what is love for you in your head, just do like this. If you cannot find what love is, then we have a different problem. It will need a different course. So when you're ready. Okay. We're waiting. Ah, you've done? Ah, okay, my bad glasses. All right. Okay. So we're all got it, right? Okay, cool. So we'll start with you, and please tell me what you have. Don't change your mind if you hear something better or nicer. Just tell me what you had in your mind. Attraction. Care. Care. Warmth. Loving. Hard. Hard. Warming. These are two. Yes, okay, but we'll take it,
Devotion.
Devotion. Abstract. Comfort. Okay, so different meanings, right? Who's right and who's wrong? What is that? Everyone is right? You come here and tell me everyone is right. Don't say it when you're there.
Everyone is right.
Everyone is right. So how come everyone is right?
This is a personal meaning.
It's subjective.
It's personal, it's subjective. And how did we get these meanings? From our experiences. And how did we create our experiences?
From the external.
From external events. Does that make sense? So we had external events, we gave it a meaning, and we kept that meaning. But this is love, and I know I'm tricky, and I gave you something that can have a different billion meanings. But let's go for a chair. We should have one meaning for the chair. So now in your head, I want you to choose a meaning. What does a chair mean? When you're ready, do that.
Is it one word or?
One word. So no heart-seated soft chair, okay?
No, what are you talking about?
Chair.
What does chair mean for you in one word?
Okay.
In your head, when you're ready. What does it mean? What does it really mean for you? Okay, ready. Why are you doing it like that so I cannot see it? And you push it up. Yeah, okay.
Comfort.
Great, fantastic. So? Comfort.
I did put my thumb.
Ah, you didn't put it.
Furniture.
Furniture. Comfort. Relaxation. Comfort. Relaxation. Work. Support.
Nothing actually. Like I don't put.
Comfortable. Furniture. Okay, so from comfortable to furniture to work to support, these are different meanings, right? Total different meanings. So what does that tell you?
Chair is multiple words. A chair is multiple words. You can't
Yes.
say one word.
You cannot go and buy chair because you cannot know what it does mean. So, but what does that also tell you?
It tells you people perceive things differently.
100%. So even simple thing like a chair will have different meanings to it. So all of our experiences, all of our emotions will be different because the different meanings that we give it to the stuff. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes! Yeah, so I say, does that make sense? And you say yes, okay? All right. I'll test you again, by the way, right? Okay. So let's go and dive deep into our negative emotions. And let's start with one common one. What is one common negative emotion? Fear. Right? Fear is always, how many of you experienced fear before? Okay. Quickly, what was you afraid of? Give me something. Anxiety. From what?
Anything.
Anything.
An exam.
Exam.
Future.
Future.
Losing money.
Losing money.
It's kind of
Screaming in the room. It's very simple. Okay.
but like my fear was kind of like it came over teddy bears, but there's a story to it.
Okay.
My mom's slippers.
Slippers. Okay. We all have that fear.
Failure.
Failure.
Roller coaster.
Roller coaster.
Height. Altitude, height.
Height. Okay. So these are all different ones, but let's take exams first because it will tell you the real purpose of this very, very, very powerful emotion, which is fear. So when we were young, they told us, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, right? They told us that. Have any one of you managed not to be afraid?
No.
Never, right? Even the guys at war, do you think they are not afraid?
They're the most.
Yeah? They have fear. And the most courageous are the one who has the least fear, but he has fear, right? He has the least one, but again, he has fear. So what does fear tell us? So this is in your head what I want you to consider. Fear, or all negative emotions, are alarm. Consider it like a fire alarm. When a fire alarm goes on, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do? Panic?
Yeah, you run.
You run. First thing you do. Tiririn, tiririn, tiririn. What do you do?
I would even see
Fire.
What?
You look for the source of
You look for the source of fire. So first you want to check if there is a fire or no. Now you know there is a fire. What do you do next? Run. If there is no fire, what do you do? What do you do? Nothing, right? Shout at the security guy. Okay. So this is what happens. So let's look at fear from the same perspective. I'm going to an exam and then I have fear. What is fear telling me? It's an alarm. What is telling me? You're not prepared. It's telling you you're not prepared. So what do? You prepare. You get prepared. So remember, what was the first thing that happened when the fire alarm happened?
Can I even check if that's actually right?
Exactly.
I am prepared, but I just feel like I'm not prepared. So I need to first actually assess if that's prepared or if I'm not.
Exactly. And so what do you call this? You want to check that meaning. Right? So exam is coming. What is the meaning I'm giving it? Is it an opportunity to fail? Or is it an opportunity to show people how good am I? Or is it no opportunity at all? Does that make sense? So if I have the fear and I look at the exam, and the first thing to check fire, and it's very, very simple. Just ask yourself, is this an opportunity for me to shine or not? And you will be surprised that only answering this question, you will know if the meaning is right or wrong. Because if the answer in your head is no, then now you know there is fire. Now what you need to do is get prepared. Does that make sense? And this is an enormous force and power that you have. No one else can tell you this except yourself, your emotion. Your emotion is the only thing that can tell you that you're really not ready if this is the right meaning that you gave to the exam. Does that make sense?
Yes.
How old are you? 21. So when I say, are you ready? You say yes, okay?
Yes.
Because I am 17 and I say yes normally, okay? Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So fear will be like the alarm. It will go on, it will tell you you're not ready. You're not prepared for what is coming. Now I want you to think of all the stuff that you just told me that you had fear from. It makes sense, right? You're not ready. So now what do you need to do for fear to go away?
Learn to dodge.
Learn to dodge. So what does that mean? Get ready, right? So tell me now, when you're thinking about your fear, tell me one thing that you know if you learn now, you will not be afraid of what you told me. thing that if you're sure of, this fear will go.
That I can get ready.
Yeah. You just told me about your fear, right? What was you afraid of?
Losing money.
Losing money. Tell me one thing that if you have or learn will let this fear go away. One thing. I want you all to think of one thing in your head. Yeah, I know it's difficult. And imagine one thing. If it happens, you will be free of that. What is one thing that if you have or learned how to do, this fear will go?
That I can be okay even if I lose.
Okay. This is one thing. Okay.
I don't know.
Think about it.
For me, it's positive reference experiences.
Okay. But what else if you learned, if you have, this fear will not exist? So research, confidence.
For me, it's like if I can be given assurance that I'm not gonna die in the road, so that
Okay. Because your word was everything. Choose one. Let's focus on one thing. Practice. Okay.
Multiple streams of comfort.
Okay. So multiple streams of comfort. So this is revenue and
What?
multiple streams of
Comfort.
comfort. What was your fear?
Future.
Future. Okay. So when you say multiple streams of comfort, means I can have many choices in life. Does that make sense?
Yes, multiple choices in love and money and like anything.
Exactly. So this. So think about it this way. If you now start working on developing this, what do you think will happen to the fear?
I'll be at ease.
You will be at ease. Okay. But I know what is preventing you probably now is other set of emotions. So when you are starting to think, what can I have now that will remove this fear? You're probably having another negative emotion that's preventing you from thinking about this. What was it? Panic. Time. So this is another fear, right? Confusion. 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 Okay. So I'll tell you multiple of them, and then this will get the confusion out, because when you say confusion, you actually want to tell me it's stress. I feel stressed with this question because it's so many things. Because what is confusion?
Too many choices.
Too many things, right? And if you have too many things, how would you feel? Stressed, because too many things. Okay, so let's first look at the categories. So I'll put them in 9 categories so you can understand them. The first set of emotions, and as I told you, people will express them differently. Number 1 will be boredom, impatience, uncomfortable, and these are the general stuff that we usually feel. You feel, I feel bored, I feel impatient, I feel all of these stuff. So this is one set. We'll call it for now boredom. The other one is fear, and then the other one is hurt, and then the other one is frustration, and then and then and then and then and then and then nothing. Okay, 9. Okay, out of this list, which one, each one of you pick one, say this is my main one. You can't.
Yeah, it's like you have like ups and downs
Of all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Frustration.
Stress.
Stress.
Disappointment.
Disappointment. Frustration.
Probably
Alone.
alone.
Stress. Okay. Okay, so here are the steps. 5 steps to work your way with your emotion. Number one, we need to listen to the emotion, okay? Understand how you feel right now. And then, what is the meaning that you are giving it? And then, you tell me because I cannot see.
Is it true?
Is it true? So you check is the meaning that you gave, is it true or not? Does he hate me or he's busy? All right? Am I ready for the test or am I not? And then take action. So if my wife have understood the feeling right now of rejection, okay, is it true? No, it's not true. He's only busy. Can I take what I still want? Yes, I can. I just need a different behavior. So fear is like this. Fear is your alarm that is telling you, be prepared. Imagine that you have a door, and behind this door is a dark room, a room that you've never been into before. And then you have another door, and behind this door, again, dark room, but this is your room. And I gave you the choice to go inside one of them, and you can only go inside one of them. Which one would you choose? I don't know, I just forced you. I put a gun in your head and I say, choose one. Your room.
If you put a gun on my head, then I'd go in my own room.
The other room.
My own room?
So all of you said my own room. Why my own room?
Because you had a yellow steps, so I would look for a comfort.
Certainty.
So that's like my comfort.
And exactly, uncertainty is there. Dark room. But if you have another dark room, completely dark, and I told you there might be a treasure and there might be a lion or a snake, let's make it a snake, behind that door, it's dark. How would you feel if I tell you go in and take the treasure, or you might find a snake? How would you feel? It's dark. The room is dark. Yeah. Yeah, but how will you feel before you go to the room? So you will have fear, right? So what is fear telling you? Be prepared. So how can you get prepared? What do you need? Light. So what are you going to do? You get a flashlight. And when you have a flashlight, what will you do? Turn it on, open the door, and check. If there is a treasure, you'll get it. If there is a snake, you can go out of the room. So if I tell you, don't be afraid, am I doing you good or bad?
No, be like, yeah, you got to respond to the fear.
Right? So fear is good. I want you to be afraid, because if you are afraid, you will get ready. If you're not afraid, what are you going to do? You're going to open the door and go in. What will happen? 50-50 chance. You can take the treasure or you can die. But which are a smarter choice? Get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a very, 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 thank you very much, very, very, very powerful tool. Use it. Okay? Now let's go to the other one. Out of the list, there was one important one that I didn't mention. Can you remember which one I missed? Anger. You all noticed that? Why you didn't tell me?
You're the one doing the session.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like, what if you know better than us?
Okay. Maybe, right? Yes. You're smart. Okay, so what is anger? What is anger? Let me first ask you, do we get angry or do we do angry? I want you to think a little bit before you answer. Do you get angry or do you do angry?
The language says get angry.
The language.
Yes.
What does the language say about do angry? What does that mean?
Is that when you're
I'll give you an example.
physically displaying anger?
Yeah, because it's
How long do you know me now?
1 hour.
1.5 hours. Okay, so I will give you an appointment tomorrow at 9. and I will tell you, let's do business together. 9 exactly, I don't show up. How will you feel?
You could be stuck in traffic.
Depends.
I remember your words and tried to assess the situation differently.
Frustrated and sleepy.
Tired.
Very unprofessional.
You might be testing my patience.
A bit angry.
Okay, 5 minutes later, I'm not there.
There's a good chance I'm not there either.
No harm done. No, for the sake of the activity, let's say you're there.
Same thing.
Same.
I text you that I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, probably I will start checking on you.
Okay.
Yeah, but also check if there's actually, if I need to be afraid, you did it on purpose or you didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'd probably take my leave then.
You'll take your leave. 15 minutes, I'm not there.
Done, sir.
I'll give you a call.
I waited longer, so.
Focus on something else.
Okay, half an hour and I'm not there. I didn't answer your call.
You two
How will you feel?
I would just then start like
Okay,
that time.
different version. Your dad, your mom gave you a meeting at 9. She didn't show up. How will you feel? How will you feel? Patient. Another 15 minutes. Because you know the flying slipper is there. So, so 30 minutes, he's not there. How will you feel?
Okay.
45 minutes?
I might be worried, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, so it's different, right? One, you choose to be angry. The other one, you choose to be worried. Do you do angry or you get angry?
You do angry.
You do angry. Because you chose to tell me that I am Iron Man, I cannot get sick, I cannot have an accident, I cannot be late, I cannot have anything, I have to be here at 9. But your dad, mom, sister, they can have all the excuses in the world. And you'll still feel worried. Make sense? So it depends on the meaning that you give to that external event. Does that make sense? Okay, so what is anger? When you get angry, what does that mean? What is it telling you? And I'll tell you why I didn't put it in. Because when you are angry, you are afraid. Now I want you to think of all the situation when you were really very angry, and you will find out that you were really frightened. Does that make sense?
Not much.
Choose a situation, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Not once one find something that he was really angry. Tell me one example. Tell me, Yusri, this situation happened, I was not afraid. Give me any situation.
Not afraid?
Angry. Like, I was not afraid, I was angry. Because people will tell you, no, I was not afraid, I was angry. Like, as if anger is a better state. You know, as if being angry is like being a billionaire. Like, no, I'm not afraid, I'm angry. I'm from the angry group. Because I was born angry, because whatever, and it's all, okay? There's nothing cool like that. It's fear. And think about any situation. I'm walking in the street, and someone tries to pick on my wife. How do you think I will feel?
Disrespected.
And what is this?
It's fear.
It's fear. I'll show it, as people would say, anger, but it's not anger. It is a high level of fear. Does that make sense? If your boss is angry with you, why is he angry? He is afraid. Does that make sense? He's afraid about the target, he's afraid about the job, he's afraid about the project. If your father is angry from you, why is he angry? Because he's afraid about you, right? He's worried about, and he shows us a very common example. Anyone here has kids? Okay.
Is that a genuine
Okay.
question?
All right. Yes, a genuine question. So, if we have kids, what happens? The kid is playing in the room, okay? And if you don't have kids, then you must have been a kid before, right? So this you have. So you will have this. You remember this. The kid is playing in the room, and the mother is telling him, "Don't run, don't run. You'll hit your head. You'll hit your head. You'll hit your head. You'll hit your head." And then the kid doesn't stop, and then he hits his head. What happens? What does the mother do? She gets angry, right? And what does she do? She shouts, right? Ah! What is this? Is this anger? It is? Anger or fear? Fear, right? But she showed it as anger. And we call it anger, but it's not anger, it's fear. I don't know what to do, so I'm shouting at you, right? So there is nothing called anger, it's only fear. But anger is a different level of fear. So what is panic? It's fear. So I told you, when I chose the words, I chose them, but there is a spectrum of words. So when I say regret, what is another word for regret? Guilt?
Not getting that opportunity again.
Maybe you don't feel that. It's a different representation of a feeling, but in a sentence. But this is how you feel. Maybe I will not get this again. So it's a spectrum of things. So when I say guilt, take all the words that represent it. When I say fear, take all the words. But anger is one of them. And anger was made. Why is it so quick? Why is it so quick? Why people always react angry before anything else? Because it was built inside us for only one reason and one reason only. To protect your life. So imagine someone is trying to kill you. How do you want to feel? Joy. Yes. Kill me. Yeah? You want to feel panic? When I'm killing you?
There will be panic, yes.
Yeah, but what will happen if you panic?
Die.
Exactly. What is the only thing that can protect you? Anger. And this is why when people get angry, they may kill, because now they are capable of doing it. And this is why it's like 911. Consider this level of fear is like your 911. It will come to you when your life is threatened. And this is why when you are angry, ask yourself, because anger is the only thing that really needs you to check the meaning. Why am I afraid? And once you understand it, you will not be angry. I had a couple who came to me, they're always fighting together, and he said, my wife is always angry. And I took her to the side and I said, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I'm angry. Yes, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, maybe he will leave me. Maybe I'm getting old. So it was all fear. Now, when she understood that she is afraid, now what is the next step? What do? We get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to shout, because I know you're trying to absorb it. So no shouting this one. Absorb it first. Does that make sense? You absorbed it. Say yes, but very good. Yeah? Okay. So this is anger. So there's nothing called anger. It's only fear. So what do we do when we are angry? Ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And when you know why you're afraid, you'll know that you need to get ready so you're not afraid anymore. Okay? So now, let's stand up. I'll tell you something that you need to experience. And this will tell you how to change your emotion. And then we're going to explain another one, which is frustration. Because frustration is a really very, 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 very powerful alarm. When frustration comes to me, I get happy. So my wife sees me and she says, why are you so excited today? I tell her, I'm frustrated.
No, never happens.
Why?
How?
I'll tell you how in a second. But frustration is good news. When you are frustrated, you will be very, very, very happy. So come with us so you don't feel frustrated. Without the chair, come without the chair, and then you can sit back. Come in the circle. Okay? So let's do this very, very quickly. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Come next to me. So let's make a circle. Okay? No, inside the circle. Yes? Okay, cool. Now let's look this side. Yes? Perfect. And then we're going to walk. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to be sad. And how do people sad? How many nationalities do we have here?
Indian, Algerian, Egyptian.
Swiss.
What is that?
Arman.
Arman.
Swiss.
Swiss?
Indian
Pakistan. India.
Bangladesh.
Bulgaria.
Okay. So we have different things. So, but how people would express sadness when they are sad and different. So how do people get sad in India? What do they do? Do they look up or down?
I don't think it's an Indian thing. I think
Yeah, tell me.
down.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Just bang their head.
Okay, so they look down. Okay. In Egypt, do they move slow or fast when they are sad?
Slow.
Slow. Same in India, right?
They become kind because we are expert in repression.
Okay, so
Very nice people.
okay, so everything slows down. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to look down. I want you to move slowly. So let's move slowly. Okay. I want you to remove the smile from your face. I want your hands to be loose. I want you to really look down, bend your back. It's sad. I know it's similar to zombie thing, but consider it sad for now. Okay. Now I want you to say this. I want you to say, this is a perfect day. I'm really very happy. No, say it really slowly. This is the best training I attended. Why are you laughing? Okay, stop. Why are you laughing?
The way
It doesn't feel like sad, right?
Congruent to what you're actually feeling.
Yeah.
What you're saying and what you're feeling is
It's
contrast,
yeah, there is a contest. Okay, so let's do it now the other way around, okay? So when you are happy, what do you do in Swiss?
Like this.
Like this, right? Are you loud or not loud?
Energetic. It's
Energetic?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ask about loud. Are we loud? Yes, we are. We're loud, okay? So remember this. We're loud. Are we looking up or down? Up. Up. Our muscles are tense or loose?
active.
Active. We're fast or slow? Fast, right? I'm sorry. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Now, I want you to move really quick. Move in a circle. Move quick. I want you to clap your hands. Yeah, make like a beat, like as if you're dancing, as if. Okay, and now this is what I want you to say. I want you to say, this is a very bad day. I'm really very angry. This is very, yeah. Now, how do you feel? Stop. How do you feel?
Good.
Happy, even though our words were not happy. Okay? Have a seat. So what does that tell you? If you are experiencing negative emotion, what can you do? You can move, right? Move, shout, go to the gym, play music, all of that will make you feel good. Does it solve the problem? No. Why it's not solving the problem? Because we're not listening to the alarm. Listen to the alarm, understand what does it mean, then go and act. Okay? Now let's go to one which is really, really, really nice. And to make this nice, we're going to have to do an experiment. And to do the experiment, I'm going to have to tie you. Oops. Can you do something? Maybe my wife heard me and this is why she's calling. Okay. Let's see frustration. Give me your hand. Stand up. Stand up. When I go to training, I give guys an exercise to do, and this exercise is about a bus. And I tell them that the bus is going to Germany, and they need to go to Swiss. And at the beginning, I don't tell them where the bus is going, but they know they need to go to Switzerland, and the bus is going to Germany. So at the beginning, they go all in the bus, and then after the bus moves, what do you think they discover?
They're going in the wrong direction.
They go into the wrong direction. So they go out of the bus, they come back to the station, and then they find again the same bus. And this bus has 4 doors. What do you think these people do? Yeah, it has 4 doors, 2 in front, 2 in the back. What do you think they should do?
Jump off the bus.
The same bus. They came back to the station, they find the same bus. What do they do? Okay, so they should double check, right? Amazingly, they don't do double checking, they just go again in the same bus. But this time from a different door. So they go from the other side, from the left. They find themselves in Germany. They go back, they find again the same bus. Tell them, now what are you going to do, guys? We say, we'll have the same bus, but now we're going to get from the back door. This is what people do in the training. So what are you going to do? I give you a hint. What are you going to do?
On a different bus, I guess.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
It's always the best way. Tied up.
Usually, when I do training and I'm not getting money, so I tie people and then I don't untie them until they pay. So it's a simple question. I want you guys to get out. Is it tight? Anyone? I did it tight?
It's perfect.
Yeah, but you're not feeling hurt or anything, right? Okay. So basically what I want you to do, I want you to get out of each other, guys, without cutting the rope or untying the rope, okay? So until you do that, we can have another 2.
Can I skip that one or? Can I skip that one? Okay.
You don't want to get that? You don't want to pay? All right. And you're going to play.
Okay.
Because you're going to have to play.
Alright. I saw this on TikTok, bro.
Yeah? You saw it on TikTok?
Yeah, I don't know how to do it.
Why TikTok are doing my stuff?
Make them pay.
It's not a closed loop. It is a closed loop. It is a closed loop. It's a circle. One way or the other. No. Not?
You were very, very close from doing it.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to do it all together. All 3 of you.
Wait, one more.
I think we're
Oh, there's 3, okay.
No, not with you.
them together.
No. Okay.
Wait, so it's just us 2?
Yes.
Oh, it's just us 2.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh, wait. Yeah, go. No.
My hand is full. But you will have to.
Okay.
That won't work.
You're done?
يفكوا هذه وخلاص نطلع منها. Correct?
No. Ta.
No, you're still tired.
You want to get tied?
Okay.
What's up, fellas?
Do you want to try or do you want us to do this quickly?
If it's a closed loop, if I get both my hands on one side of my head.
Yeah, exactly. Untie yourself.
No, he said you can't.
Untie
You cannot untie yourself.
You can't? Okay.
Can I just like slip my hand into
So what's the
one
objective again?
and then
Yeah, do it.
Just have to get out of this.
So what's
But
the
you
objective
need to
again?
be like
We need to
0 years old so you can do it.
like
so I can't cut the rope or untie it?
Untangle, you cannot untie it, and you cannot cut it.
You cannot cut it, you cannot
Yes.
untie it.
But I want you to see what you're doing, okay? Yes, exactly. You're almost there. Yes, fantastic. Nothing happened. Okay. Yes. They are out. See, they are out. He's out. He's in. He's out. He's in. He's out.
We also need to get done.
Fantastic.
He's just saying what they're doing. They're not out of the rope. They're just
I think we should think about the problem. So we can't untie.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Can I not just, I'm not untying.
I just feel the wrong.
No.
So I can't do it.
No.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, I think check what.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, wait. Oof, wait. Stop pulling it. Just take it out, take it out.
30 seconds. Yes, you're there. Yes. 1 is out. No, it's not.
Wait, now come back. Now come back. No.
There has to be like
10 seconds.
This hand needs to stay out.
I'll go back. You go inside.
Yeah, we did the same thing, man.
Okay, then you
How do you feel?
happy.
Oh, fantastic.
Excited, but confused as well at the
Okay.
same time.
Turn on to Google.
Don't.
No, we're
So it's like this.
When I don't, I Google it.
If I don't know something, I Google it. It's not a closed loop. I can almost.
Okay, time.
Okay, sure.
Before you Google it. Okay. So let me show you what are you doing, guys. Oops.
We did it.
Yes, I know. Okay, let me show you. Have a seat. Let me show you what you're doing. So this is what's happening. You remember that I told you about the bus, right? Yeah. So what did you do? At the beginning, you came down and you asked the guy in front of you to step in, right? So he steps in. And then what did you find out? Nothing doesn't work. So what do? We really get very smart. Okay, let me go in. And then you go in. What happens?
Stuck again.
Nothing happens, right? So what do? Okay, now let's do something different. You do it. No, let me do it. So people keep going in the same bus. And then how will you feel? Frustrated, right? So what is frustration telling you?
To change direction.
To change?
Direction.
To change?
Direction.
Direction? Change?
Orientation.
Change the meaning of what.
Change what you're doing. Okay? Frustration is a very powerful message that is telling you stop doing what you keep on doing and expecting different results. Because we're doing the same thing. He's in or I'm in, it doesn't really matter. And then we really get very smart. Let's do it backward. Maybe if we give it our back, it will work. It doesn't. The same result. Okay? And then when it doesn't work, then he tries it with his back and so on. And we keep doing it. Frustration is telling you what you're doing is not working, change it. And when he's telling you change it, he doesn't mean you go in and I go in. It means let's change what we're doing. Totally. Okay, so let's do it together. And I was happy that you said it was not closed loop, because it's not closed circle. Let me tell you. So what does frustration tell you?
Think.
Change what you're doing. Don't think, he already did the thinking for you. He's telling you, don't do it. Do something different. And this is why, and this is why, when they give you this good advice of, when you feel stressed, play music, or when you play music, what do you do? Nothing. You didn't change anything. You're simply distracting yourself from the problem. The problem needs a different approach. So basically, stop going inside each other and coming in and out and in and out. And all what you need to do is really do something different. How did that happen? Okay. Do something different and simply I will take this like
there
this.
we go.
And then you like this. See, you were very, very
Very
close.
Very close.
All right?
Wow.
Okay?
Let's do this.
And I'm not showing you this, guys, so you learn how to do it. We'll talk about frustration. Okay, I'll show you after we finish. But does that make sense?
Yes.
Frustration is telling you, because I want you now to think about it. When you feel frustrated, when does it happen? When do you feel frustrated?
Something isn't working.
Yeah,
When something isn't working, right? When you tried and tried and tried. Now frustration is telling you, stop, think about what you're doing, change it. And when we say change it, you need to change it. So some people are looking for a job, okay? And I'm looking on LinkedIn. So someone else, change what you're doing. Instead of sending 10, send 20. Instead of sending 20, send 30. Are you changing? No. What you need to do is take your CV and go visit people. Do YouTube videos. Do something totally different. Does that make sense? So when you feel frustration, is it good news or bad? It's really good news. It's telling you stop because think about it. Can anyone else see that you're doing the same thing? Can anyone even notice it? Sometimes. And the majority of the time they will not. Your emotion is the only thing that will notice that you're doing the same thing. And it's the only thing that will tell you change it. Other people will not notice. If you came to me and you said, you say I'm sending 10, but now I'm sending 20, they will tell you good job. But your emotion knows, and it will not stop. It will keep hitting you and telling you, the bell will keep ringing. Stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing. And if you keep doing it, it will not work. Does that make sense? So this is frustration. So now we know fear. Fear is telling you to get ready. Frustration is telling you to stop doing what you're doing, expecting different results. We all know the definition of insanity and all of that. Yeah, right? So it's a very, very good alarm. So use it. Okay? And then what is anger? It's fear. So back to the mother thing. So when the mother is shouting at the kid, is she helping him? No. Why? I want you to take the shoes of the kid, and we'll close with this one. When we don't listen to our alarms, we'll do wrong behaviors, and when we do wrong behaviors, we'll get results. And this example is really, really powerful. Because when the mother shouted, and let's look at the kid now. The kid who was playing, he's never been hit before. He doesn't know the experience. When he's hit, how do you think he feels? What is the first thing he feels? Hurt, right? And then after the hurt, what is the emotion that will come to him? Sad or fear? No, let's say he doesn't know anything. This is his first experience with getting hit. Okay? So he'll feel fear. If he is afraid and hurt, and he can see his mother next to him, what do you think he will expect? Comfort, right? Protection, all of that. But what does he find? Angry, attack. In his head, he will understand that when I am in the most hurtful situations, when I'm really hurt, when I'm really in fear, the closest people to me will attack me. And guess what happens year after year after year? When we are old or teens, when we do big mistake, what do? Do we go to our mothers and fathers? Usually not. Why? Because they taught us and they trained us, when you are hurt, when you are afraid, don't come to me, because I will hurt you more. Does that make sense? And this is not because they are not afraid. They are afraid, but they didn't understand the real meaning, that when you are angry, you are afraid. So if you understand why you have the fear, the mother could have solved the problem very, very easily. Why is the mother afraid? she's not prepared for her kid to be hurt, right? This is the preparation. So I need to be prepared. Prepared for what? For my kid running. So what do I do? I have the table. What do I do if I want to be prepared? Remove the table, and easier, you can get some cloth and wrap up the table from the places, and job is done. Now when my kid is playing, will I fear? Will I be afraid? No. Job is done. I got prepared. Does that make sense? Yeah? So in essence, all of your what we call negative emotions are alarms. They are telling you how to deal with negative and challenging situation. If you really understand them and you check the meaning that you are giving it, and then you take action to get ready to change the way you're doing it, to be prepared, then fear will go. If any one of you have ever had fear of public speaking or talking to a group, if you have this fear, it's basically telling you, be prepared. And how do you get prepared for something like this? Practice. I'll speak with 2 guys, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. My first time was in front of 200. I panicked so much. And I kept looking at them and looking at me, and like, what do I say? And I froze for like a minute, and it felt like a year. And then that was it. All right? Okay. So let's have 5 minutes of questions and we close. Any questions about any other feeling?
Can we overlap these negative emotions with, how do we overlap these negative emotions spontaneously with?
You cannot. It's a built-in alarm system. Use it. When you go to any angry management course, they will tell you, you will not feel angry again. They are lying. It will never happen. You have to be angry. Why? Because it protects you against that. If I come, let's say you go to an angry management training, and miraculously, he made anger disappear from you, and now I'm coming to kill you. What will you do? Feel love? Or feel, what will you feel? Nothing. You'll die. You need to be angry. You need to feel afraid, so you get prepared. You need to feel frustration, so you change what you're doing. You need to feel regret, so you understand that the lines. So what is regret? Another important one. Regret is basically telling you, you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. I said I will not do that, and I did it. So your emotion is the only person, if we call it a person, he knows that you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. So he's telling you basically, please respect your own rules. They are made to protect you. And all what you need to remove regret is to promise yourself that you will respect your own rules. That's it. And it's as easy as that. If you tell yourself, I know now that my rules are good for me, you will always respect it. Because once you cross, how many times have that happened to you? And you knew that what you're doing was wrong, and you do it. And then you feel regret. Does that make sense? And then they will tell you, don't feel regret. No, please feel regret, because if you don't feel regret, you'll do it again. And how many times have you felt regret and you did it again? Because they told you not to regret it. Does that make sense? So don't call them negative emotions, call them emotions. And they are alarm against all bad things that will happen. Use them. Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
We seem to be very advanced in civilization of people. Speak languages of people. Software, magnificent things. But this is very rudimentary. Why have we lost touch with this emotion and their meaning? And how can we nurture this?
Because we were always taught, and I think most of us are still learning the same thing, that they will come to you and tell you, don't use your emotions, use your brain. And and that doesn't really work. Humans are built, you know bats? Do you know how bats fly? What do they use?
Sonar.
Sonar, right? humans are the same thing. We use emotions. Emotions are the most important thing that we. Why do you think we're doing anything in life? Let me tell you, what is your biggest, wildest dream? What do you really want to do in life?
I'm not old enough to answer that question. Can someone
Tell me something that you want now, not something that you really want now.
money?
Okay, why?
Because I can get things.
Okay, and when you get things, what will happen?
I just get the thing. That's the entirety of it.
Yeah, and then what will happen when you get these stuff?
Some semblance of happiness.
Okay, what do you really need?
Do I really need?
Yeah. Think about one thing that you really want.
Success.
And success. And when you are successful, what will that make you feel?
Then I feel more confident.
Okay. Tell me something material that you want, something that you really want in life.
Material. I'll get to the next question. I want to be fulfilled.
Fulfilled. And what is fulfillment?
Success, money.
It's an emotion, right?
Yeah.
It's an emotion. What do you?
To basically close the next funding round.
Okay, and when you have that, what will happen? Security. And what is security? Feeling. So think about anything. At the end, what do you want? You want to feel something. And so emotions are very important because at the end, this is what we want. Nothing really matters. What matters is how will I feel after I get it. And this is why happiness doesn't really make any sense. If I tell you, I want you to work to be happy, you cannot. Simply do all the things that you want to do and then you'll be happy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is why emotions are very important. Humans like that. We operate with our emotions. Things are happening in life and we emitting our emotions. They go, they hit it, we get a meaning, it reflects to us, and then we start thinking. Think about anything that you... Think about the guy who thought of flying. How did it start? Do you think it started in his head or his feeling? His emotion. Okay? Imagine this, there was no flying, we don't know anything about it. And I was sitting like this, and I saw a bird flying. What do you think the first thing happened?
Wow.
And what is wow?
Inspiration.
Yeah, what is wow? It's a feeling, right? Yeah, I feel I can do like this. Then he start thinking. When you buy a car, what is the first thing that attracts you to buy a car? Feeling, and then you think about it. Think expensive, nice, better, or, right? So always emotion and then anything else. And this answers your question. So people, because we were always brought to, don't use your emotion, don't use your heart, no, it's, okay? It's always use your emotions. It will not lie to you, but you need to check the meaning first. So first step, listen to your emotion, check the meaning, if it has the right meaning or not, then take action. As simple as that. Final 2 questions.
I have a question about what if basically you're communicating, you try to communicate your emotions, right? In a certain way, basically, that the environment can understand and can change when we're talking about, like, you know, what creates a negative state. But you're not getting maybe actually that willingness to understand emotions, right? So what would be the best course of action?
So what you're telling me, I'm trying to communicate with other people
Yes.
on an emotional level, and they cannot understand it.
No, it's not like you don't understand. You don't see the willingness to understand.
Okay.
When it comes to when the discussion, you know, where there are some people, what he was saying, there are some people who don't want to get, you know, in touch with their emotions,
Yes.
discuss this stuff anyways. They try to put barriers, like, you know, when those kind of discussions come into place.
Yes.
So, I'm not even getting yet to the point of, like, you know, you understand me or not understand the emotion, but can we speak about that? Because, like, sometimes, you know, some people just, like, completely isolate themselves.
Okay. What you need to do is you need to take this picture that you're looking at and just reverse it the other way around. Let me give you an example. Now, if you go to a training, have you ever went to a training and instantly when you saw someone giving this training or session, you felt, I'm turned off? And then after maybe a couple of hours, you said, yes, I was turned off and I'm still off. and I know now that this is the end of our relationship. And has that ever happened to you? In any setting, meeting, whatever, right? So what does that tell you about what you're telling me? Who's responsible to get your attention and your emotion? Me or you? In that setting. If I really want you to be with me 100%, and I want to, it's my job, right? So my job to create certain emotions inside you that will make you interested to listen and work with me. If I fail in doing it, then I need to change. Does that make sense?
I mean, I basically genuinely believe in this, and I'm a public speaker, so I know that there are some times actually where you are trying absolutely to use the sandwich theory, right?
Yes.
Like we start with a positive actually emotion, we try to kind of trigger them to motivate them or to make them happy, or like, you know, remember any memory and stuff, and then discuss whatever you really wanted to do, and then you end it also with a happy ending to that action.
Yes.
It's like, you know, you get it into it. But what I'm talking about is basically some sort of people, when you have like a certain kind of like kind of relationship with them, when you are in the stress of like work and entrepreneurship and all of that, the type of discussions that you usually have are not emotional discussions, that's what I'm trying to say. And then all of a sudden, you are like, you know, bringing a different type of discussion that we want to say.
Okay. So let me here ask you, when you say it's not an emotional discussion, what do you mean? Emotional like it's emotional, or emotional like what we are talking about here?
No. I mean, most of the time we're discussing numbers or like, you know,
Okay.
the logic.
Okay. Now, again, humans communicate with emotions. Now, it doesn't really matter if we're using numbers. So let's say I told you we didn't really make our numbers this month. How will you react? It's an external event, right?
Yeah.
What did it do to you?
Disappointed.
What is this?
Feeling.
Okay, so whatever I say, number, business, meeting, whatever it is, first thing it will create an emotion. Now, depending on the meaning that you are giving to the guy who say, so I can tell you we didn't achieve the number, and you give it a meaning that lousy, why did we hire him? He's not doing a good job. Or maybe I didn't help him enough. Maybe he needs support. Maybe he needs more tools. Will that make your behavior different? Right? So just to make it simple, think about it as a relationship. If I have a relationship with someone and he did something, and in my head immediately I gave it a meaning that this is the end of the relationship, how do you think I will behave? And do you think it will be different if I give it a meaning that this is the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is basically how to make people open up. That's what I wanted to say. It's not about triggers. We're not trying to. Sorry, you have to find their triggers. That's a good one. Yeah, it's like because it's not that basically they're not motivated or we're not taking the right direction. It's always with a positive mindset that actually we want to help each other, right? But it's just some people keep closing up.
Who said that it is right? Remember the exercise that we did about the meaning of the chair?
Yeah.
Now you could be doing me the most wonderful thing, but my meaning is totally different. So when you're giving me the chair and you're telling me, Yusri, it's comfortable, I maybe look at it and say it's authority. So in your head, you're seeing it comfortable. In my head, I'm seeing it authority. So what do is you communicate with people, understand them, ask them how do they feel. When I work with my team, I always ask them, how do they feel and how do they want to feel and what can I do to make them feel that, because I cannot guess. And I don't need to guess. Okay? And make it a casual thing. We don't have time to this, but maybe next time we can do this. I'll tell you how to listen, because listening is not your ears at all. It has nothing to do with your ears. Ears are for hearing. Listening is a totally different story. And so you need to listen so you can get on the same wavelength. And this is why they call it emotion intelligence.
This is what I said, like, exactly, ask this question, how do you feel? And they're like, nothing. Obviously, it's not nothing, like, you know. your body language doesn't say nothing.
And because most of the time people see, this is a taboo in our region, and not our region, in the world. People don't like to feel that they are feeling anything negative. They don't like to feel that they are afraid or angry, or it gives them a sense of weakness. So they will tell you, no, I don't feel anything. Like I told you, they feel more prestigious to say that they are angry rather than fear. Okay? So it takes time for them first to understand that emotions are a good thing. And actually, it is the only thing. Okay? But they are trying to be intellectual and blah, blah, blah. It's nothing. There is nothing called like this. You have to feel, then you think, you feel again, then you think again, and then you take action. I fall in love with the car. I took action. I bought it. I drove it. I'm feeling again. I like it. I keep it. I don't like it. I take a decision, sell it. I have another feeling, regret. It's always like this. Feel, think, decision, feeling, think, decision. Does that answer your question? So it needs work, and I know I didn't give you all the answers because it's only 2 hours. But it's next time we'll do another thing. Completion.
I'm glad to hear there's a next time. We'll schedule another one.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I enjoyed today's workshop. I hope you guys did as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
I mean, he's here if you guys want to catch me. He's here if you can find as well. There is a video link that I can share with you guys where you can just upload a video testimonial or what do you call it session? Not very long, 50 seconds, 1 minute, whatever. I think if you registered, I sent it on email to everybody who's registered. I can send it again. So really appreciate feedback on this one. All right. Thank you, Yusri.
Thank you very much. So stand up. Let's do something very, very quickly to close our day. If you can join us, ladies, I think you're done.
I really have tried to surround myself with people who deliver value, who enrich the lives of everyone else around them. We talk about value on the podcast enough. And I also want to be that person, remembered as that person that goes above and beyond in helping others and delivering that value to others. So we're going to kick off our values episode. Now, if you've been a fan of this show for a number of years,
I am,
and paid attention to anything that Johnny and I said, some of you even write us about all of the notes you've taken, you've heard time and time again how important defining your values are. A value-based life leads to personal happiness, mental health, well-being, and a host of other things. And one of the most common questions we get is, how do I choose my values? And of course, a lot of us, when we think about our values, we look to mimic others. We look to take on values that we see around us, but it can be a little overwhelming at first. It can be difficult for you to really put pen to paper. So our goal today is to talk about our values, share the company values as well as our personal values and our journey discovering these values about ourselves. And then we'll get in all the host of science behind why values matter so much.
Yeah, and I also just want to start it off by saying that by understanding and learning values about values, my life had changed of how I was engaging in the day every day. You know, it's funny. I've always said that we run on scripts, and these scripts, if you haven't meticulously put it together for yourself, you've adopted one that you've gotten from family, friends, media, wherever it might be. And it wasn't specifically chosen for you. You just adopted it, decided to live by it. And your life will slowly become a result of that script. When you change the guide rails to your life and meticulously put together the values that you feel best living through, you will see your life then be a result of living through those values. And of course, today we're going to be talking about how whatever goals you choose, how we can backwards engineer what the values would be that we would need to get there, so that by living a value-based life, every day we get closer to the life worth fighting for.
To those goals. And that's the thing. When most of us think about planning out what we want to do, figuring out our North Star, the first thing we think about, or the first tool we think about, is goal. Okay, set up a goal, and now I work towards the goal. And goals are very helpful. There's no doubt about it. And as we talked about to start this year, setting some resolutions and goals for yourself, that's fantastic. But there's also values on the other end of it. And when your values align with your goals, you have essentially endless willpower. You have the ability to push through when times get tough, when things aren't going your way, when that goal feels further off into the distance.
Well, you mentioned about times getting tough. They're going to. That's just part of life. There's ups and downs, ebb and flow, trauma, loss, victory, success. All these things are going to play a role. And in each one of these things, and this goes back to something that Stephen Hayes has talked about, how our body works like a calculator that doesn't have no subtraction or delete. You can only enter things in, and then you have to compensate for what you've entered in. So those losses and trauma and victories, they're all going to be crammed in there. And you have to go about your life with those things adding up, and it gets more and more difficult. However, by putting together those values, you have something you can lean on every day to get you through that when everything else, because of that trauma and loss, seems to muddy the waters. It doesn't give you a clear picture which way you should be going. And so in order to not have to worry about that, you just push through and leaning into those values, and they'll carry you through whatever dark, muddy waters are there.
And this is not to get confused with value, which is another topic we've talked a lot about on the show. Value is what we give to others, and we define that as attention, appreciation, and acceptance. But what we're talking about here is those core motivators in your life that you want to live your life by. And these become very clear in all of your decision making. I know we had a decision making month theme back in, I believe, August. And decisions are complicated to begin with. And if we're not clear on our values, if we're not clear where we stand or what's worth fighting for, then it's very easy to become indecisive.
I also think in today's world, we've sort of lost sight of the railings that hold us together, these values that we can lean on. Exactly what you were saying about when there's times to make difficult decisions. And if you don't have these values to lean on, then the idea of being a principled person falls apart. If you don't have anything to lean on and you're not principled, or there's no principles set up to lean on, then you become very unwaverly in who you are and what you stand for. It makes decision making incredibly difficult. And it also makes the people around you uneasy, because if they can't recognize patterns of principle within you,
where you stand, if you're wishy-washy, if you are wavering in your viewpoint and unsure of yourself, well, of course, that's going to lead to people not feeling at ease or comfortable around you. And this brings up a good point. Why are we on a podcast dedicated to self-improvement, of course, but really focusing on how we communicate with one another and build relationships and conversation? Why are we so concerned about values, which are internal? Guess what? These values influence who you spend your time with, who you build relationships with, who you seek out, who's in your network. So they are important to define. And for a lot of our younger listeners and even our younger participants in our coaching programs, boot camp especially, picking those values for the first time or thinking about it can be a little bit daunting, a little bit scary if I don't really know what I value. Or, you know what, I have 20 things that I value. How do I pick the top 5? And we'll get into that, but I want to talk a little bit about the problem with goals and goals alone, because goals are all about something in the future. They're a desired outcome. Values are more encompassing than that. Values are the deeper motivations that get you excited, that get you fired up. When your goals spring from those values, then magic really happens. So when we were getting ready for this show, we were talking with Michael about how excited we were to share our values, because I think for a lot of our listeners, they probably picked up on them here or there, but I don't think they fully know what our values are.
Well, I also want to state that even for myself, when I was younger and I would hear about these things, I would brush them aside. Why? Because I was like, I know what my values are. I'm good. I have values. I don't need to do it. I don't need to do the exercise. However, and we're going to talk about how to do this exercise, but upon doing it, this goes with anything when it comes to writing it out. The ideas and the thoughts and the goals and the aspirations that you might hold in your brain are just that. They're thoughts, and there's not much weight to them until they go to paper or until you've given them enough attention to where those thoughts have then turned to beliefs. But even so, they need to be actually articulated for you to understand what those beliefs are. This is why for a lot of the guys, the clients who come through our programs, how they view the world coming in is different when they leave. Why? Because they had the opportunity to articulate to themselves some ideas that weren't ever fully fleshed out. And because of that, they were nebulous. The proper filter or lens, I like to call it, could never be completely built. But once it's articulated, that lens then comes to fruition. And now you're solidly looking through it.
And you're not swayed. You're not influenced by things that take you off course. That's the point of value-based living, is that it gives you a level of resilience. Because listen, sometimes you're not going to be able to achieve those goals. Sometimes it's not up to you. There are other factors that go into those goals. And what happens when you don't achieve your goals? Are you set up for success? And that's really where the values come in. And, studies show that very goal-oriented people sometimes have a fragile sense of self. So what that means is when all you're focused on is external outcomes and factors and motivations, when things don't align, when you don't reach those goals, your sense of self is going to collapse. It's going to crumble. It's going to lead to a lot of inner turmoil and stress. But if your values are solid and clear, even missing a goal is not going to shake or rattle you because those goals are in alignment with those deeper values.
And this, to throw it back to something our first guest of the year, Dr. Judy Ho, had brought up, when she brought out her life acronym, and the very first part of that was low self-esteem, shaky self. And as you were just mentioning, if you're focused on that and you don't have the steps that it takes to get there, you can easily get knocked off course because there is no plan.
And listen, it's okay for your values to change. When I think about starting this company 13 years ago and throwing myself into coaching, my values at that stage in my life were very much around proving other people wrong, right? So I had doubters, I had people who, and we've talked about this, family members even, who didn't believe in what I was doing or the choices I was making. And out of that, some of my values were actually unhealthy, right? When you're trying to prove it to someone else and your values are not anchored to yourself, well, all of a sudden you're going to find yourself between a rock and a hard place and frustrated. And I valued socialization to the extreme, going out constantly because I was introvert. I was trying to work through that introversion. I was trying to gain all these skills to be a good coach. And now that I'm in my 30s, I don't value that as much. I don't value going out and going crazy, socializing as much as I did in my 20s, and that's fine.
Well, the goals have changed. And so if the goals have changed, then so did the steps in getting there.
Yeah, so I want to point out that as we talk about our values and unpack our own, it has been a journey for us. There have been values that we tried that didn't work for us that we'll get into, and understanding that it's not set in stone. We're not carving this out and stamping it on our tombstone and saying, these are your values for the rest of your life. But values serve a very important purpose in your life. And, this is something that I learned growing up, being raised Roman Catholic. Obviously, there are a lot of values instilled by the church. And those values then lead to goals, lead to the way we interact with one another, the way we treat one another. So that's what we're getting into today is how do we develop our own values that matter to us And now, with all of the guests we've had over the last couple of years, we now realize that when we plug in those values with some great goals, that willpower component that we're struggling with, the getting up, the going out the door to work out, that shrinks. It doesn't have to be so difficult for us if we only focus on the external. Now, one thing that I do want to point out is that when we're talking about values and how important they are, it's not about discarding your goals now and saying, oh, I have no goals, I just live in a life of values. They go hand in hand. They're synergistic and they are important here. So how do we go about finding our values? Well, when you think about values, what do you stand for? You know, how do you want to behave as a human? How do you want people to view you? What do you want to hear them say behind your back? Right? These are good starting points to start building those principles that you live by, as Johnny was saying earlier. And we've talked about how important it is for companies to build out their set of values, that everyone on the team knows, okay, this action that I'm taking is in line with our values. I feel good. I know that I'm moving the needle forward.
Something else to go along with that. We have a guest coming up. It's going to be in a few months, but his name's Kevin Cruz, and he wrote a book called Leaders Don't Have Rules. And one of his points in the book was just that. Leaders don't have rules that they live by. They live by values. And he was talking about the importance of getting your team to rally around those values so that everyone is on the same field. Whereas if we give people rules, there's all sorts of objections of, I don't like to live in the rules, I'm a rebel, or I don't like people telling me what to do, or
just figuring out ways to tweak the rules, to get one over on the rules, to find the loopholes.
We know those people as well. That's all there. Once there's rules, and I think there's just something innate in humans of wanting to break the rules. But if you can get everyone to subscribe to the same values, well, now things are completely different. And you may interpret them differently than the person sitting next to you, but they're still holding true to that same value. And there's usually a mutual respect that can go along with your approach to it, as long as you're still having that same value.
And when it comes to corporate culture and building this company, we didn't start with the values first. Mm-hmm. We kind of all came in, jumped in, started working with our own value set that we were bringing to the table. And there was a lot of times in this company's history where the values weren't in alignment. We didn't put them to paper. We didn't commit to them. And then we would get frustrated because team members were not doing what we wanted them to do. But that comes from the top. And someone who's run the company, I now realize not only the importance of values in my own life, but also the importance of instilling values in the team and the way that we want to treat our customers, the way that we want to be seen, the way that we want to be treated as well.
And just to go back to that point, rules certainly doesn't work. People tend to think that you're trying to put them in a box when you hand them rules as well. I can even, as someone who sees himself as a creative, the minute I hear rules, that's my first thought. Because what if my creativity has me venturing outside these rules, and now you're neutering me, so to speak, to be able to do what I do? However, if we're rallying around values, that completely changes.
Yeah, and let's say, for instance, a value is loyalty. Right? So a company's value is loyalty. Well, for Johnny, that might mean following up with customers who just came through in the last month. For another team member, that might be sending a birthday message on Facebook to cheer up our customers. So even having a value of loyalty, each person is going to respond to it differently, but it's a framework to start from. Mm-hmm. So I would like to dig into my values.
Yep.
And they've been a work in progress, I'm not going to lie. And in talking a lot with Amy over the last 6 years of our relationship, they've evolved over time. But the one, and I think we can all sort of pick up on this from the trajectory of the company, the first and most important value to me has always been deliver value. sometimes to a fault, right? We hear a lot on the show. The show is so dense. You guys go into these topics. I want to learn more about you. But I really have tried to surround myself with people who deliver value, who enrich the lives of everyone else around them. We talk about value on the podcast enough. And I also want to be that person, remembered as that person that goes above and beyond in helping others and delivering that value to others.
Well, that's why it's the first rule in the company, or the first value in the company, above and beyond.
And understanding that there are going to be times where it's difficult. And there's certainly been times when Amy's been a little frustrated with me. But that commitment to going above and beyond has allowed us to build a team that not only supports one another, but then supports everyone who comes through our doors. And I view it the same in all of my personal relationships. I want to be there for my fiance. I want to be there for my friends. I want to be there for my family.
And when you think of that and the way it works, you can... For me, it's to make sure that the listener of this podcast gets a lot out of it. For me, it is for the person who comes through a program knows that we are there for their journey, and we are going to be there when you sign up. We're going to be there when you come through, and of course, all the systems that are in place for you when you leave. And you know, I continuously let the guys know that I'm always here. And one of the things that I say is I have time for everybody. It's just a matter of me finding when that time is. But if you let me know you have something that you want to discuss or an idea or a problem, you text me, you send me an email, and I will send out Calendly invite, and we will figure out a time.
And listen, we've been in the self-development space for a long time, over a decade. And when we started, and we met a number of people doing coaching, social skills coaching, personal development coaching, leadership coaching. And I've met coaches whose viewpoint is we start working together when the check clears, and we stop working together when the seminar is over. And that's how they live their life. We have never, as a company, entertained that idea. All of our alumni have our personal phone numbers. We talk to alumni who've come through the program 9, 10, 11 years ago. And I feel that not only is that in line with my value, it becomes very easy for me. It's not a willpower thing. It's not a, oh my God, I have to answer this person. Oh God, I have to help this person out. It's in my ethos. And of course, as someone who's led the company, it's infused into the company's ethos. And it's one of the most important lessons that we try to teach in all of our programs.
Well, I think you could also say a lot for the people or the podcasters and the coaches that we enjoy. You know, when I think about the podcasters that both of us get a lot from, we see that ethos, if you will, that you use your words, in their work. And of course it's like, well, of course that's going to be in ours because that's who we're modeling.
And it's interesting. I get a lot of emails from people who are starting out in podcasting, people who are fans of the show and want to start podcasting, and ask, you know, how do we prep for the show? How do we deliver value in the content? And, you know, we have 3+ pages of notes, science to back it up. We have multiple conversations about anything that we're talking about here recorded for you. And that's been the case for over a decade now of putting in the prep to deliver the value. And this is something that we do for free. This is not something that we're charging for. So that delivering value is not only my own personal value, but I look for that value in others, right? And that's how I stay away from transactional relationships. You know, we laughed about this last week with Violet about, you know, the types of people as you become someone who's an influencer or grow an audience that you tend to attract. And listen, there are a ton of transactional people out there, but being someone who values delivering value for others, I look for that in others, and I look to lead my life by that. And that's really one of my core values. And that wasn't very hard for me to find. So that one's been pretty standard. The second one, and this one, you know, has led to some people leaving the company, has led to change on the team. But this is really a personal value, is keeping it real. being honest and transparent with how I'm feeling, sometimes to a fault. I know Johnny laughs that I wear my emotions on my sleeve, but
I think we both do that. That's the Midwest.
At the same time, I would rather be in a situation or an environment where people are being upfront with each other. And I want that in my personal relationships. I want that in my friendships. And of course, I want that in my business partners and the people that I work with. And it is challenging at times to be authentic. It is difficult to deliver bad news. And for a long time in my life, I tried to avoid conflict and avoid arguments and being a people pleaser. You know, sometimes being authentic is not always the easiest road. It can be difficult to be truthful in those situations. But what I've found is that it allows me to say no to things that aren't helpful. It allows me to be more committed to the things that are the hell yes. And it allows other people around me to know where I stand. The third value for me, and trying to keep it straightforward with these 5 here, the third is just loyalty. And I think that really was instilled by my family. My family's very connected and loyal to one another, and loyalty growing up was a very important value for my father. And I picked up on his relationships in life. And of course, because of that, I've lost some friends along the way. I've had to make some difficult decisions around relationships. We've talked about value vampires and people who may not live up to that, but loyalty is being supported by the people in your life and being true to the people who've been there for you, which is funny. You know, you move to a big city, it's easy to get drawn into some of these other circles, and people back home, at least for me, remark about how I've stayed true to myself, and I try to surround myself to do the same.
Oh, that's always a welcoming picture to have from somebody who's known you for such a long time. And I know for myself that I really enjoy hearing that, and it's not so often that East Coast friends can make it out here, but when they do, I do try to spend quality time with them, and that is certainly one of the things I love hearing. I don't want to hear this town has changed me. However, there's those people too.
Well, they'll see the social media and they'll ask, why are you talking about that? Why is that important now? Yeah. And it's easy to get caught up in some of that. But ultimately, yes, trying to stay true to myself and true to the people, certainly back home, who've supported me on this journey, not just no offense, Johnny-come-latelys who get excited about the big numbers and what's going on after the 10 plus years of hard work. The fourth one, and this one we've talked about a lot on the show. In fact, one of our favorite guests hammers this home, David Goggins, and it's discipline. In everything that you want in life, all the success you're looking for is based on your habits, and habits are built through discipline. There's no getting around it. There's no shortcuts. We've had, how many guests now talk about that exact thing? Whether it's getting up early, whether it's always working out, whether it's watching what you eat, whether it's making sure you follow through with your meditation, that discipline instills the successful habits that you need to reach the goals that you have. And there are certainly times where I fall off. There's certainly times where I'm less disciplined than I would like, but it's an aspirational value that I think is really important in my life.
Well, and that's one of the things that makes value-based living important and fun, is that it's not something you just turn on and you begin doing. It takes effort, and it takes consistent effort every day. However, you do know what you're doing, so all you have to do is go ahead and get to it. But no one said it's going to be easy.
No. No successful person has built their empire or achieved what they wanted on shortcuts and lack of discipline. Now, this one, the fifth and final value for me, might feel a little opposite of the last value, right? So the last value is discipline, straightforward. The fifth and final value for me is spontaneity. I do think that variety is the spice of life. Johnny's seen me learning how to cook and always trying to pick up new skills, traveling, exploring. I'm always looking for those moments. And what I found that's so interesting is as you become more disciplined, you actually unlock more freedom.
Yes.
It's counterintuitive, and I know that we've had guests come on and talk about this, but when you have those guardrails of discipline that you know you're not going to be out too late, you're going to get things done in the morning, then you can create that freedom in your life to be spontaneous, to try that spicy Thai food, to go on that trip, to zip out to Las Vegas for a weekend for the hell of it. That is something that I value in myself, is that ability to try new things, to not be stuck in a rut or a routine, and also to be more open and accepting of others. And the spontaneity one at times has come in conflict with Amy's discipline, and it's been funny.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
It's
as someone who values it so much, now about to marry someone who spontaneity is not the name of her game, right? But it's fun to add that, and it's also fun to see how Amy's values have influenced me over time.
Sure, absolutely.
Johnny, I know you've been sitting there somewhat quietly around your values and my values, and I know that there's some overlap.
Well, there certainly is, and I talk about these every week with the guys because I can't expect them to put theirs out there if I'm not willing to do that for myself. And certainly over the years, they have changed, but the ones that are important to me now, first and foremost, I take health out of the way, and that to me is diet, sleep, exercise. Those three things all make up.
Now, that was not always the case. As someone who's lived with you.
Exactly.
Seen what you eat, seen when you went to sleep.
Yeah, and certainly I can still get better with some of those, but I take those very seriously because, and I've stated this multiple times, and I'm going to state it again because this is important, and this is why health is the first one. Because I know what I need to do, eating, sleeping, exercise-wise, to be at my best. And when I'm at my best, the longer I'm in that zone of my best, the better my life is. And the better my life is, the better other people's lives are who are around me. And so I owe it to myself and to those people because of that to be at my best. And that takes care of that. And that's number one. And I don't think there's anything else I need to say to that other than that very simple.
Yeah, this is not a health and fitness podcast, so we're going to stick to things we're experts in.
Yeah. So that's why I take that very seriously. The other ones that come in, creativity is certainly one of them. I want to be able, and it's important for me to engage in things that A, allow me to create, and B, think creatively. And so whatever I need to be able to do those things. So reading, film, music, these things allow those juices to flow. And then from there, I get to create myself. And so I take that very seriously. And I want to be able to produce more than I consume. And so that's very important to me.
Yeah.
Next is humor. And I've been saying this for a long time, which is, as an entrepreneur, I find humor one of the most important traits that one can have because of the ups and the roller coaster that is entrepreneurship. And you need to be able to laugh at yourself and the circumstances that you're in order to make it to the other side. It does get dark at times. You do question yourself a lot of the time. And if you can't laugh about it, it's going to be grim. And one of the things that always stuck out to me, being the Dan Carlin fan that I am, which is he was doing a podcast on trench warfare. I believe it was his World War I series, which is phenomenal. And in one of the questions he was asking or had been asked is, what did he know about the soldiers who were able to persevere in the worst of conditions? And the worst of conditions could be in those trenches. It could be life in a gulag, in a internment camp, whatever those awful conditions are.
Humor.
But it's always been purpose and humor. Those two things go hand in hand. The purpose is the hope that pulls you out, but humor allows you to deal with the situation while you're in it. So humor is certainly for me is one of those.
Glad that you compared the company's history to the Gulag and trench warfare. It's quite the analogy.
Well, lost.
I temper it a little bit.
Once again, finding the humor in all of it. It used to be presence, but now it's moved more into mindfulness as a whole, because for everything that's going on, I need more opportunities to defuse thoughts from emotions. I think that helps with creativity. It also helps with humor, to be able to compartmentalize things and see them for what they are. So I think that all plays a role. And lastly, ceaseless learning, which also fosters the creativity and the humor. I want to be able to learn every day. Now, out of those 5, it is when I wake up, I'm excited because I know what I'm doing every day. And what's also great about this is looking at your daily calendar.
Yeah.
And how you're going to arrange and engaging in those 5 values. The other thing that we know about this is through our own research. We have a challenge on Facebook, and part of that challenge, number 2, is to put up your values.
Yeah, you can join our Facebook group at the challenge, theartofcharm.com/challenge. And this challenge is a fun one for a couple reasons.
Yeah.
Number 1, it's intimidating. So a lot of people sign up for the challenge. They're like, great, I'm going to work on my social skills. And we hit them with, well, what are your values? And then it's like, oh, man, I haven't thought about that. Or, oh, I want to see your answers. And it can be something that, if you're not prepared for, might feel a little overwhelming. But the flip side is when they complete the challenge, there's like this sense of relief of like, oh, now I have clarity. Or as my buddy David calls it, a North Star. You have a guiding light, a flashlight as to what direction you should be going in.
And the other thing about it that goes along with that is most people can easily put 2, 3, maybe even 4 together. But once you get to 3, and we realize that people had stopped at 3 because they still have this giant list of values, but there's now only 2 spots. And the dilemma becomes, well, I don't want to leave something out. Well, it doesn't mean that you're leaving it out. These are just the things that are important that you need to engage in and to get one step or one day closer to your goal. And on top of that, to have a sense of being fulfilled at the end of the day, that you've engaged in what is important to you. And so the best thing about this is, let's say that you've guessed wrong. After 1 week, you stand on Sunday and you review your week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, etc. Were you able to engage in your values to the level that you wanted to? If you answered yes to all those, then did you feel fulfilled at the end of the evening?
That's a pretty good week.
Yes, absolutely. And if you've engaged in those to where you're fulfilled, you've been incredibly productive. That week is going to blow your mind, which only sets up for you to do this again. And so why wouldn't you want to? You've just engaged in everything that gives you a sense of being and purpose.
It's that
and
superhuman productivity that we're all looking for.
Everyone. And so you're fired up. But here's the best part. Let's say you're not. Let's say something was missing. Let's say that, I could have been better. Okay. Then you either have to think about, as you set up the new week, what do you feel you were lacking in and that you can gauge in to a better degree, or you change up one of the values that you feel just wasn't doing it for you. And then you give that a shot. And guess what? After a week, when you stand on the next Sunday and you're looking at your week, you'll either know exactly what you're going to be doing and fired up to lay it out again, or you'll know exactly what you need to shuffle around and change. I mean, this changes everything.
Now, you bring up some powerful points, and this, again, is the distinction between goals. So you can bring your values into anything you do.
Yes.
You could bring your values into the way you cook. You could bring your values into the way you do the chores. You could bring your values into your relationship with your friends. Goals are outcome dependent. They are in the future. So you can't live in your goals. You can work towards your goals, but you can live in your values, meaning your values can be present in every moment that you are awake, you are alive, you are in action. And it's completely up to you to live your values.
You pick them.
You get the choice. And then you get to instill them in others by the way you live your life. And guess what? They're never checked off. They're just that guiding light for you each and every day, every morning, to fire you up, to get you through, to not have to worry about the willpower.
You know, a lot of people spend their evenings before going to bed staring at the ceiling and asking themselves what if. And this is where you're in FOMO, as what the kids call it, fear of missing out. Yes, fear of missing out. You're staring at the wall, and there you have this, and there's a feeling inside of, I'm not living life the way everybody else is. And it's easy to get in that position when you're looking at social media and everyone else's amazing lives. However, going to bed late at night or whatever time it may be, you don't have to go to bed experiencing FOMO. And we laugh, we talk about this, but you could flip the script and actually go to bed experiencing JOMO, joy of missing out, where you're content, you're fulfilled. There's nothing left on the day.
The no is not an issue. The no is not anxious or what am I missing out on. The no is I'm clear on my values, and that's not in line with my values.
Rocked them out.
So it was a great day, which leads to a great week, a month, and a year. And as we said, with goals always happening in the future, we need our values to keep us on course. Goals sometimes get met, and I would love everyone, perfectionists included, to reach all of their goals, but we know that's not always helpful. That's not always possible. So what happens when you don't reach your goals, right? That's why these values are so important. And Stephen Hayes, who we've had on the show a number of times now, said values work helps to build socially positive emotions like gratitude and appreciation, and the feeling that you're making a meaningful difference in the lives of others. So it may feel self-centered to decide your values, to define your values, but actually it's a service not only to yourself, but to the world around you, to the people you interact with. When you are in alignment with your values, you have these superpowers. You have the initiative, the wherewithal, the excitement, the joy, everything that we're talking about. So we want to end with, how do you find your values? It's been a journey for me and Johnny. And I know that, for example, the loyalty value, how did that arise? Well, growing up, my dad was a single parent and he won custody. And what I always found remarkable is he was in the Navy and his friends were scattered all over the country. And he remained loyal to all of his friends, all of their relationships, and his friends remained loyal to him. And they were there to support me and my sister when he needed a helping hand. And I'll never forget that value that he instilled in me of staying loyal to the people in your life, because at some point you're going to need each other. And if you're not someone who's loyal, you're going to be left without having that support. And that was a value that was instilled in me and I picked up. Discipline was not something that was instilled in me. I wouldn't say that my dad was very disciplined with his diet or working out or his habits. He was a hard worker, and in order to make ends meet, he was forced to be disciplined for work, but it wasn't something that he really instilled in us. And that led to my sister being a creative. It led to me being spontaneous, but now it's something that I've picked up from others. And truthfully, the guests on the show have really inspired and instilled that in me. And as I started putting some things together, physically working on my health, all of a sudden I started to realize that, yeah, discipline actually unlocks this unseen potential in myself. Things that I didn't even imagine I could do were now possible because I was getting up at the same time every morning, because I was disciplined in my routine.
Well, values giving you a glimpse of what you're capable of is truly, it could be a bit scary, but it's also liberating, because you're now being able to really crack your true potential. And
that's what I love. So if we were to tell you listening, hey, come out, spend a week with us in LA and we're going to define your values, you'd be like, well, that doesn't sound like much fun. What the heck's that? I want to learn how to talk to people. I want to build better relationships. I want to be able to reach my goals and build allies and wow my boss. Why do I values, that doesn't sound like a valuable exercise to me, an interesting exercise. The fun part is Saturday after the week is over and everyone in the week has started to crystallize around their values. They've started to really look into themselves internally and define what these values are and how they want to live their life. They are so fired up to go back home, to live life through these values, that it unlocks that extra battery, that supercharger in your life that allows you to stay motivated. So for those of you who are listening, feeling run down, feeling you're lacking in motivation, feeling everything's a struggle, taking some time to think about your values and going about your life in alignment with those values can start to recharge that battery.
Something I want to add to that. If you do decide to do our challenge on Facebook, it's theartofcharm.com/challenge. If you do decide to do it, it is challenge number 2, where you're supposed to put up your values. A lot of people just put their values up and they're like, I'm done, then they move on to the next. I'm going to let you know that not only are you supposed to distill all these values down to 5, I want the reasons and the how you got to them. Why did you choose them and how did you get to that? Because having an understanding of how you arrived there and why it is so important to you only fuels it inside you that much more, but also gives you a sense of its importance so it sticks much better. And then also put it somewhere as a visual cue where you're going to be reminded of it on a daily basis, whether it is...
So you can't forget them, right?
So you can't forget them. And Michael has his, our coach Michael in Vienna, has his on his phone screen.
It's a wallpaper.
And then also stick it on Post-it notes around your house. Because when you see it and you're like, oh, right, that's, you know what? And it is those visual cues of those values that will lead you when you don't have answers.
So let's do this week's challenge. Let's help the audience define their values. Now we've learned how important they are and what our values are. And there are many ways to find your values. We talked about it with Judy Ho. You can check out her book. She has a great exercise. But here's a visualization exercise that we're going to do that I think can help you with a few questions you can ask yourself at the end of this visualization. So close your eyes and imagine that you've reached all of your goals that you could ever imagine. You're the richest, the most successful, the healthiest person on the entire planet. All of your wildest dreams and goals have been reached. And ask yourself, how do you want to be treated? How do you want to treat yourself? How do you want to treat others? What do you stand for in life? Right? So now that we've removed all those external factors, all the things we're chasing, the cars, the house, the fancy this, the fancy that, we've achieved those. What's left? The way that we treat others, the way others treat us, and what we stand for, right? And what you're aiming for, as Johnny said, is key. 5 or 6. We're not asking for 30.
No.
Overwhelm does not help us here. So you want to have it concise so that it's easy to remember. And the important part is, after this visualization, take pen to paper. Write them out. Write out your values and write out why it's important to you and how you intend to bring this value to life. How do you intend to infuse this value into your daily schedule, your habits, your routines, your choices? And this is a fascinating study that we'll end with. A recent study done by Emily Sandoz and Emmy Herbert titled Meaningful, Reminiscent, and Evocative, an initial examination of 4 methods of selecting idiographic values-relevant stimuli, found that by taking the time to write out our values, it can actually give you a huge It can actually give us a huge boost towards implementing them successfully. So the act of writing them out, committing to them on paper, thinking about the why, actually makes you more likely to succeed in achieving and implementing those values. That's powerful stuff. So now that you have your values, write them down and put them somewhere you'll see frequently. Save them as your wallpaper, like Michael. And especially at the beginning, it's important that you're reminded of your values often. As we start to try to build new habits, instill some discipline in our lives, it's important that you're reminded, hey, these are my values. This is what matters to me. And as Johnny said, in those days when he hasn't had an opportunity to tap into creativity, or he's been bogged down in emails and he hasn't had an opportunity to quench his thirst for knowledge, listen to a podcast, read a book, whatever the case may be, that's a rough day. That's a tough day. But when you realize that's part of your values, well, I'm going to make time for it.
And I can also say that I know that when I do not engage in them, at the end of the evening, when I'm laying in bed, I'm pissed off. I'm mad. I feel I left points on the board. And at this point in my life and everything that we have going on around us, I don't like to have that feeling. That feeling is awful. And so, and you for working with me as long as you have.
Well, as a Lions fan, I know about leaving points on the board. So that's a special meaning for me.
Yeah, it's awful. But I have recently arranged things in such a way that certain things get done at certain times, and that where it's the
now the values have infused your calendar.
Yeah,
they've infused your routine,
and so those things get met and easily and consistently, and that makes for a great evening and a great sleep. And it just with entrepreneurship, things can get difficult. However, I know that I'm always able to lean on those values and even in the worst times go, well, I know that I'm doing the right thing. Why? Because I engaged in what's important to me.
Even in the best of times.
Yeah, well, it's just
the
icing
ups
on
and
the
downs,
cake. Yeah.
Right? It's without values, it's tough to stay grounded.
Yes.
It's tough to stay humble and have humility. So if you've enjoyed the episode and you're ready to define your values, join us on the challenge. It's a free Facebook group with other podcast fans. Johnny and I are in there, and you can share your values, commit to your values as part of our social skills challenge. You can find more at theartofcharm.com/challenge.
But I feel alive with you. Take it easy on my heart, otherwise I fall.
Hi there. I am sitting here at the airport, at one of the airport lounges actually at Munich Airport, and I was fuming, just a few minutes ago, or let's say half an hour ago, because due to an accident and traffic jams, I missed my flight. I came to the gate actually, and the flight had just closed, and even though the airplane was in front of the gate or at the gate for some time, I couldn't get in anymore. So that was very, very frustrating, and I was fuming actually, and now I had to rebook my flight, 230 euros down the drains, etc., etc. So the thing now is that I think we as entrepreneurs and as leaders, we can learn from these experiences, because if you're missing a flight, or if you're losing a deal, or if you're disappointed by an employee, there is no point, in getting too frustrated about it. So what you can actually do is, first of all, let the frustration out. The best is to go to a separate room. So I just went to the toilet and let it out, just to free yourself. That can be one approach. And then just to say, okay, listen, what did actually happen, to get on another level? What can I learn from that? And obviously also in the situation when something goes wrong and you need a solution, take care of the solution first, and then be happy about the solution. So 3 steps. First of all, create the solution. Secondly, let the frustration go away. Whatever you want to do, go for a walk or shout, go to the forest and shout and cry and curse, or whatever you want to do, and then ask yourself, what can I learn from it? That's the best way. That's what we as entrepreneurial leaders should always do when these kind of unexpected situations come across. You should obviously also be prepared. I once had a boss who would always take actually not the ideal flight to get to a meeting, but one flight before that, just to be on the safe side and not to be late. That can also be an approach to avoid surprises like the one that I have just had. And yeah, so there's a proactive part to it. You can plan for things as for unexpected situations. And secondly, there's also a reactive part, because there will always be frustrations in your entrepreneurial life, and you can actually handle them with the 3 steps that I mentioned. First of all, find the solution. Second, let the frustration out. And third, think about what you've learned from it. So that was Armin L. Rao from the Airport Lounge at Munich Airport. I'm now off to London. Hope that I can make a video for you there and have a good time. If you would like to have more help on your leadership challenges as an entrepreneur, just click on the link below this video and apply.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realize that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, what's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later. And he knows. After 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral. because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day, because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth, we're tightening our back muscles, we're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, it's been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away. And I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. You know, I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you know, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. You know, some days you wake up and you're like, you know, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you know, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. It doesn't, people don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life, and what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this gets, hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job, because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity, and adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty, we can talk about compassion, we can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Ooh, I think something's going on." Or I've got food poisoning, but I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, all right, it is what it is, can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, no, that's not how I feel about that, or that's really not how I think, if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, you know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something. So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of this seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. This is to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty, which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. Let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's, again, that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening, is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, in particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index, to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. and it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the Euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? Because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Orintuya Batsaikan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into the relationship between climate change and monetary policy. A number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
Yep. Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools, if appropriate, to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but we didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions and also interact with fiscal policy, which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adua Dalla Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adwa Dalla Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to this scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy, are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation, and just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited, and I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon-intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions, For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should we already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change. We hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear
do
you
hear
well.
you.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again, and thank you also for in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the Euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audiences are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro, is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
Hello. Can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the conference on the future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a 1-day, 2-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement with the citizens, would be interested in meeting with these citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025, so in about expected to be in 2025, so in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence when it comes to the CSPP, the ECB, or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with, at minimum, EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to an implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it? And again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Boom! It's another giveaway. This one is awesome. Check out what we're giving away for today's episode. You see this right here? It's hard to see on camera. But this is Rubber Bandits resistance bands, the best resistance bands you'll get anywhere. You're not just going to get this. You're actually going to get a whole bag of resistance bands, attachments, handles, all that stuff for free. We're going to send this to you for free. Here's how you can win a free bag of Rubber Bandits, different resistance levels, resistance bands, and their attachments. Leave a comment in the first 24 hours that we drop this episode. Subscribe to this channel. Turn on your notifications. If we pick your comment as the best comment among all the comments in the first 24 hours, we'll notify you, and then you win that free bag of resistance bands. By the way, the rest of you can get these resistance bands at the Mind Pump store, so you'll see the link right here. So go check that out. Also, one more thing before we start this podcast. We are running a sale on 2 of our most popular workout programs. MAPS Strong and MAPS Powerlift are both 50% off. Go check them out at mapsfitnessproducts.com. Just use the code AugustSpecial with no space for the discount. All right? Enjoy the show. You know, it's a question that we get often that I could totally relate to, and I think would be a good idea to just communicate to. It's the following. Like, what would be a good workout plan if I like to work out every day? Or can I train my body every day and get great results? Or would I get faster results working out every day? So I'd like to address this particular question. That I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen this.
I love this idea. Yeah. I love this idea for an episode. One, we've never done anything like this before. Two, we have no programs that are designed this way. But the truth is, and I talked about this early on the podcast, that I go to the gym 7 days a week. Right now, I'm not like this. When I was consistently training back when I was competing, I was in the gym 7 days a week. But the thing that I always had to communicate to people is like, 7 days a week in the training doesn't mean that I'm like hammering the weights 7 days a week. You have to modify intensity, and then I would focus on other things. And so I've had a lot of questions about what that looks like. And so building a 7-day routine for the audience and those that actually love going to the gym that often or exercising that often, this will be fun.
Well, I do want to be clear to everybody, just so you know right out the gates, you are going to get a free 7-day-a-week workout program from this episode. So that's what we did. We put it together for you, and we're going to literally lay it out. So by the end of this show, you're going to have a workout, 7-day-a-week workout. Now, here's what's important when you're working out. Actually, well, this is always important with your workouts, but it's especially important if you're devoting this much time to exercise. The programming is key here. It is very easy when you're working out daily to overdo a certain component of your workout, which can cause joint pain, inflammation, or just cause overtraining, or cause too much of a stress response, which will result in your body actually not building muscle, but rather losing muscle and setting itself up for more fat storage. Because when you're stressed, when your body senses too much stress, it wants to protect itself. Two ways to do this. One is reduce its caloric requirements, because for most of human history, stress meant we didn't have enough food. And number two, improve its ability to store more body fat, because body fat is an insurance policy against the most common form of stress for most of human history, which was not having enough food.
The irony is that the more days that you're training in the gym, the more technical, the more challenging running your program is.
Totally.
If you're only lifting 2 to 4 days a week,
more basic.
It is more basic, and you can get away with the routine looking pretty similar. You could get after it the same those 2 to 3 days every time you're training and be okay as far as intensity, as far as what you're training. But you start getting 7 days a weekend, the frequency that you hit the muscle group, the intensity that you do it, the type of training you do every time in there, it gets more and more difficult, which the reason why I find that ironic is that I think people would think that, 7 days a week, the more I train, the more results I'll have, or the better it will be for me. And no, I actually think the more you're in the gym, the more difficult it is to know how to program correctly so that you don't run into what you call the recovery trap, where you're just kind of spinning your wheels all the time.
Yeah, the irony with that is you're in the gym and it's difficult to kind of program that. But on the other end of that, the consistency is something that's a lot easier, because when you break it up throughout the week and you're only there, let's say 2 to 3 times, during the week, it's really the motivation to keep that routine tends to fall down quite a bit.
Well, this is exactly why I did it. So, and Sal talks about this, right? Sal talks about, his consistency, and like he knows that if I didn't train in the morning, I wouldn't be as consistent as I am. And so he's carved that time off. That's his time. Nothing gets in the way of that. This is what I felt about getting ready for shows was I had to decide, like, this is my time. Like, I had a very strict routine in order to be consistent. And so I didn't like the idea of, a 3 or 4 day a week training program where I've got 3 or 4 days where I'm potentially off or not going to the gym. I needed, I know that every day, and back then it used to be 12.
It's dialed in.
Yeah, 12 to 2, I'm going to the gym. Nothing gets in the way of that. I built all the rest of my life around that time, so nothing got in the way. But I know that I can't go to the gym and train the same way 12 to 2 every single day, but I'm going to go to the gym, and I found that it was easier for me to stay consistent with something like that.
This is, by the way, this is a documented psychological phenomenon. So on one hand, working out every single day means that you have to carve out time every single day. On the other hand, it is easier to stay consistent because it's a daily routine. But your drug manufacturers knew this a long time ago. So, like, for example, old school birth control pills for women, right? They'll take the birth control. This is the old way of doing it. A lot of birth control now has changed. But in the past, they would say, okay, take these birth control pills for X amount of days, and then create an artificial period where you go off for 7 days, you get your period, and then you go back on. Here's how they designed the birth control pills. You take them every single day.
Yeah,
7 of them
are sugar pills.
Right. Yeah. Why did they do this? It dramatically improved and increased the consistency, because when people went off for 7 days, had to remember to go back on, you would have people messing up their schedules. Now, supplement companies know this as well. There's a reason why supplement companies will often attach their product to a daily routine. Take this in the morning, take this before bed, take this with lunch. Things you do every single day, because you're more likely to be consistent. So working out every day or carving time out every single day for a lot of people is actually easier to stay consistent.
I agree.
Than it would be to only have 3 or 4 days when you could say to yourself, well, I've already worked out twice. I don't think I'll work out tomorrow. Before you know it, it builds up, and now you missed your workouts for the week and you got to start over the following week. So let's talk a little bit about the components of what a 7-day-a-week workout routine would look like. By the way, this routine is designed to maximize muscle building, performance, fat loss. Essentially, this is a routine that's essentially going to train your body to look really good and move really good. And we did it this way because most people watching this are probably in that category. They want to look really good. They want to perform really well. And that's generally most people's goals.
Yeah, it just sort of covers the broad base of, getting that kind of functional strength, also building muscle, but like applying adequate recovery and, implementing that so you have structure for each one of these days.
So I love this too, that we're doing this, because when we started to piece this together, it looks very, very similar to what my 7-day routine is. And the first thing that we kind of agreed on is the first rule that I gave myself. So I knew one of the rules I said was, okay, if I'm going to be in this gym 6 to 7 days a week, and I have a big goal, I'm trying to get on stage, do these things, I have to be careful that I don't overdo it. And so I had this hard rule of like, I would never allow myself more than 2 really hard training days. And by hard, I mean like compound lifts, high intensity type of training.
Yeah, heavy weight going after it.
Very demanding
I
days.
wanted to separate those out by a few. Obviously, I wouldn't go hard back-to-back days. I want to give a couple days in between. I want 2 of them are like my intense training sessions where I'm going after the big major lifts. I'm getting after it really hard. And then the other days I'd have to modify around.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think if you're working out every day, 2 days a week, hard is perfect for most people. You want to center it, like Adam said, compound lifts. This is where you do your squats and your bench presses and your rows. This is when your rep range can be between 6 to 12. You're training at, near failure. In other words, your sets, you're taking them to, 2 reps before failure. So it's a very intense working set. You're doing about 1 exercise per body part and about 3 sets per exercise. And typically you'll start with the large body parts and go down to the smaller ones. And as we get through all of these points that we're going to make, I think we'll give you guys more specifics in terms of what that workout's going to look like. Ideally, Adam said this, you want the 2 workouts, the 2 hard workouts, to have some space in between them.
Right.
So if I were to do a week of this, my 2 hard workouts would be Monday and Thursday, for example. So Monday, hard, heavy workout. Then I do a couple other different workouts, which we'll get into on Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, another hard, heavy workout. So that's the first one. Here's the second piece that I think is very important.
Well, let's address the why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like why not back to back? Why not 3 days in a row of hard, intense lifting?
Yeah. You can definitely do 3 days a week of hard lifting, but not when you're working out 7 days a week also, right? That's just too much for most people. If you're only working out 3 days a week, you could do 3 hard workouts, but not if you're working out every single day.
Yeah, and plus we know what the research says. You talked about this in a recent episode that there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 9 to 20 sets. If you're doing 6 days a week of just based off the math that you just said of how many sets you're doing for that, you're way beyond that. So you're training the volume that you're training at is way higher than what's needed, and the intensity level that you're potentially going after it in those days is way more than what you need also. So then the body is just trying to recover this entire time
rather than build,
instead of it building and adapting. So that is the reason why, because someone might be going like, well, why? What if I feel good, or why can't I just do 3 days or 4 days of hard training, or just go like that all the time? It's like, again, and you did this really well, Sal, the other day, is like what your body can handle is different than what is optimal for
That's
your body.
right.
So just because you can handle beating it up 3 or 4 days a week doesn't mean that's
Doesn't
what's
mean
going to give you the most
progressing.
results. And for some reason, it's really tough for people to make that connection.
Yeah, think about the temperature of your house, right? There's an ideal temperature that feels the best, and then there's an extreme heat and cold you can
can
handle.
tolerate.
Right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like you want to live in a house that you can tolerate the 100 and something degree weather? Of course not. The right dose will get you there the fastest. More than that, that's great that you can handle that. You're not going to get there any faster. At the least, you're just going to get there the same speed and you're just wasting time. But what's more likely is you actually slow down your progress because you're adding more stress to the body that's not necessary. Now, why have the days in between that are other workouts? Because these are hard, heavy workouts. You would like to see yourself progress with strength in these workouts. Back to back doesn't give you enough time typically to give you your body ability to adapt and build some strength. So you want to have that space.
And to that point, that's the reason why the next things that we're going to do in between are going to promote the recovery so that you can even get after it that much harder on Thursday.
Yeah. Now this next one, Justin was adamant on, and we all completely agreed, which is there should be 1 day a week. Your workout should be devoted completely to mobility.
Yeah.
So you should literally do a 1 hour mobility workout. And your goal in this workout is to increase your functional range of motion. So what's functional range of motion? Okay. So range of motion would be like how far someone could lift my leg up to my head. So how far can my hamstring stretch? Functional range of motion is how far can I stretch that hamstring while having strength and connection to it. Two very different things. Now imagine somebody putting you in a deep stretch. You don't have very much connection to that. If you had to move real quick, you probably tear your hamstring or injure yourself. So what we're looking for is functional range of motion, functional mobility. So you own all of these ranges of motion, reduces injury, and maximizes those hard workouts that we talked about earlier.
Right. There's nothing passive about these days. And, to address sort of a misconception that this is sort of allotting a very like easy, nice, relaxing type of a workout. No, this can be something very challenging and intensive. And you're actually you're working completely on a different focus. And that is to be able to really hyper connect to your central nervous system, to be able to have these like secondary type of muscles respond to protect the joints. And so, and also to maintain certain posture and maintain optimal positions in the joints. So that way, when you go back to your compound lifts, you have an increase in performance.
Now, in a perfect world, this mobility day looks very individualized for the people, right? So in a perfect world,
It's impossible to do though with how many people are watching this right now, right?
Exactly. So, and our goal of this episode was to give the audience something tangible that they can go and do themselves and start to apply to see what kind of results they get from it. So, a great place for the audience to go start at is our primeprowebinar.com. It's absolutely free.
That's your workout.
That's right. I take you through 50 minutes. Literally follow that routine for this day. So for now, and what's great about that is I pretty much address from the ankle
you
to the
address
neck.
the grossest offenders.
Yeah,
That's right.
you pick the stuff that probably 80 to 90% of people are going to benefit
And that's why I did it. I figured I'd put together a routine that I knew would benefit damn near everybody that goes through it. It'll benefit everybody that goes through it. And some people it'll be tremendously beneficial. Now, as you get better and better at this, or if you're somebody who owns Prime Pro and you understand what mobility things you should be doing, you've already figured out your areas of dysfunction and you know what areas are helping you the most, stick in that. But for the listener who is not familiar with putting together a mobility day and what would that look like, that routine is perfect for you to start. So start with that and follow that for the beginning.
Now, what's good about this is when you follow this routine, because here's the deal with mobility. For most people watching and listening, doing it right is actually quite challenging if you've never done it before. Because what we're used to is stretching. What we're used to is, I'm going through a movement. But intention is so important with mobility work. And it's so valuable to have someone coach you through the mobility movements while you're doing them so you really understand how to make them effective. At primeprowebinar.com, that's exactly what Adam does. He's literally coaching you. So you're watching him and he's coaching you through the movements. So to give you an example, it's like and this is not a mobility movement, I'm using a silly example. Let's say I put my chest in a deep stretch. I have to, with my intention, Now that it's in the stretch, connect to the chest, connect to the rhomboids, connect to the rear delt, connect to all the muscles that support that new range of motion so that I own that deeper range of motion. So similarly, what Adam does is he takes you through all these different, very valuable movements, and then he coaches you through the movement. And trust me, okay, this is not like a Sunday stretch session where you're playing music and you're out in the sun, you're relaxing. You're going to sweat.
No, you're going to sweat. It's
You're
gonna
going
be tough.
You're going to feel this. It is a workout, but the goal of the workout is to improve your functional mobility.
Now, I want to sell this to my young audience that's listening that doesn't have joint pain, feels like they move optimally and perfect already, and that are going to want to go, oh, well, I don't really need that, so I'm going to throw another day of weight training in here. I don't care with you. And what I want to sell you on is that it isn't just for, improved mobility and movement and joint support, everything that Justin was selling and telling you. It's also going to facilitate recovery.
Yes,
100%.
So it's also going to support that high intensity, heavy compound lifting day that you just did before. This is going to help speed up recovery for you to build more muscle and prepare you for Thursday again to get after it.
Yes, and it's going to make your compound heavy lifts more effective. If you can imagine a point scoring system that's awarded to exercises and ranks them in terms of their value, right? So let's say a squat is 100, right? 100 points, maximum, benefit from a barbell squat. That doesn't mean that you're going to derive 100 points of value from the squat. It only means that that's the max potential of the squat. Now, what determines that potential? Your ability to connect, your ability to move, your range of motion that you have function over. That's what makes that squat worth 100. What makes you better at getting closer to that maximum benefit of the barbell squat? Your functional mobility. So doing these functional mobility days will make your other workouts far more effective. All right, here's the third piece that we think should be included in your workout. You should focus on getting a pump about 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, you're working out in the gym or at home. The goal isn't heavy, high intensity like with the compound lifts. You're not working on functional mobility like with the mobility day. Your goal is to get a pump and add some more volume and frequency while minimizing the damage that you produce to the body, right? Because you don't want to cause too much more damage, but I still want to send a muscle building signal. Yeah. This is where bodybuilding, some of the things you learn in bodybuilding can become, quite valuable.
Yeah, and this is smart because too, in terms of practice and teaching your body, to be able to express that muscle contraction, more frequently, you're going to get better at a lot of these lifts, and your muscles are going to respond accordingly. But not the key is the appropriate amount of intensity, and that's something that we scale through this process, and we're able to kind of focus in on that a little bit more, to the individual groups. So we're a little bit more single joint focused.
So what this is starting to shape up to look like is Monday we have these hard compound lifts. So this is the day we get after it, the big lifts. We're more strength training focused. Day 2, we've got an hour of mobility that we're doing, which is you follow the Prime Pro. Now, day 3, we're moving into what we would call like a focus type of session where we're doing more isolation type. So this is like cable push downs and bicep curls and lateral raises and a lot of movements like that. Very similar to anybody who's bought or gone through our MAPS aesthetic program. We have what are called focus days that complement the foundational days. The compound lifting that you're doing on Monday, that would represent like our foundational days that we build in most of our programs. What we're talking about right now would be like our focus days where you are. Your rep range, they're higher rep range.
Yeah,
so
15 to 20.
That's right. We're up to 15, 20. We're searching up. The mindset's different now too, right? So when you go into this, it's not the same as when you're going after the 6 rep range and we're doing compound lifts, we're trying to move weight. We're trying to move weight, and the intensity and the focus is completely different. When you go into the isolation days, now it's about getting the pump.
Yeah.
It's about time under tension, controlling it, slowing the repetition down, doing these isolation exercises, and training that way for this entire hour.
Yeah, and I did that this morning, in fact. I came in and my body's feeling a little stiff and I needed to go lighter. And so what you would have seen me doing is I'm going much lighter and I'm doing more isolation exercises. So like instead of doing a heavy bench press, I might do some cable flies. I may do a dumbbell chest press, but light, where I'm focusing on the squeeze, right? So higher reps, lighter weight, focus on getting the pump. And you're doing, again, 1 exercise per body part for about 3 sets. Now, the next day, this one's also very important. And this is what we would call a functional day. So functional exercises tend to involve the entire body, and you tend to move into different planes as you're doing this exercise. What do I mean by planes? Okay, so if I do a curl, I'm moving in one plane, right? I'm not twisting. I'm not, moving behind me. I'm just moving in one plane. Functional movements tend to get you to move in different ways all the way through to get your body to communicate. So to get your upper body to communicate with your lower body, to get your left to communicate with your right, to activate what's called proprioceptive ability. Where's my body in space, right? So like a good example of a functional exercise that would fall in this category would be like a Turkish get-up.
Mm-hmm.
You do a Turkish get-up, it's not a shoulder exercise per se. It's not a core exercise per se. It's not a leg exercise per se, although all those muscles are activated and more. But what it's doing is it's getting the whole body to move and communicate together.
And this is important because our joints are capable of so many different angles and has so much range. And if we're not expressing that, then our body starts to sort of downregulate and starts to prune off the abilities that we have. And this is just trying to reinforce, a lot of the capabilities that we already have. So we need to be able to train that and plan that out. So, I can get them to respond appropriately, going back into these regular barbell type lifts.
Well, it also lends itself so well to getting great at the compound lift. So going back to these intense days that are your biggest bang for your buck, or what are probably going to build the most amount of muscle on you, you get really good at a Turkish get up, and you go back and see what your overhead press or what your squats look like. You'll see that movement.
There's carryover.
Yeah, there's carryover to that. And that's why I like movements like the Turkish get up, because in order to articulate that entire movement, it's broken in like 8 parts and components, and you literally, from your toes to your neck, everything is being stimulated. And in order to do it properly and really well, it promotes good shoulder mobility, it promotes good hip mobility, good trunk stability, but the ability to rotate in multiple planes. You have good control through that entire thing. Then you go over and do something that is actually a lot easier as far as the amount of movement that's involved, like a squat, and you'll see how much carryover is into that.
Well, and this is so important because in real life, you're faced with all kinds of like weird, unique angles. And if you're super strong in the gym, that's great. But now that's going to be your hardwired response. So let's say like now you have just a little bit of rotation in there. How does your body respond? It might over respond the wrong way. And so this is going to help to teach it to support your joints, but also maintain your strength.
And it also makes a lot of sense to structure it this way, where it's like a full functional day in a routine like this. Because what I don't want to do, because I just did a focus session, I've already had a heavy compound lifting day, I don't want to tax individual muscles the same way. I want to get a full body workout. I want to promote blood flow. I want to promote recovery. I want to work on control, stability, range of motion, get stronger. All those things are going to come from this functional day, but I'm not going to get my triceps hella sore from a Turkish get up.
No.
Your shoulders are going to get hella sore, or your legs are going to get hella sore from a movement like that.
You're not stressing the muscles as much as you're stressing the communication between the muscles and the movement, which benefits all the other workouts and has value in and of itself. I remember when we first started the podcast, Justin was definitely a very functional, he's still, right, very functional training guy. And he convinced me to give a windmill a try. Now, I've always been able to deadlift a lot of weight, very strong in that exercise. I went to try a deadlift, and I couldn't even get, a windmill, and I couldn't even get in the position. It's like my body didn't know that movement. So I'm like, I got to practice this, right? So I started practicing the windmill, and I got to the point where I could do it with like a 70-pound kettlebell, not a ton of weight, but huge improvement from not being able to do it at all. I was blown away that my deadlift went up. I was stronger in my deadlift. Now, I could break it down and be like, oh, my QL got worked better and things are stretching in my hip. But the reality is when I did my deadlift, I just felt more stable in my lift. And I didn't expect that. I didn't do the windmills to get a better deadlift. I did the windmills because I couldn't do that movement. And it kind of freaked me out. But the side effect was I got better at my deadlift. So there's lots of value for muscle building and strength performance. So even if you're not a functional person, you don't really care, you just want to build muscle, one day a week of this, you're going to still touch all the muscles of your body. So you're still sending somewhat of a muscle building signal, but it's going to make your body move better and communicate better with itself. So when you do those other lifts, those heavy lifts that are building muscle, you're just better at them.
And I want to stress this to the audience that this will be new to. is fall in love with the process of improving the movement more than trying to prove that you can do more weight.
Yes.
So just because I'm strong enough to go out there right now and grab a 60 to 100 pound kettlebell and hold that and do a Turkish get up, I know that I won't be able to move through the whole exercise beautifully. And that's the goal on these functional days, is to really improve the movement of it, not necessarily, oh yeah, I could do a 100 pound kettlebell when I do a Turkish get up. It's like, yeah, but if it looks like shit, who cares?
Yeah.
So when you do these functional exercises that we're going to lay out for you, the goal is to get great at the movement. So notice that all these days have different mental focus. That's the challenge of 7 days a week. 7 days a week, every time you go in the gym, you got to switch your mindset. It's not always going to be the same. You're not going in with the same mindset all 7 days. Each day you have to kind of change, like, okay, this is the focus today. Today it's all about mobility. It's all about the intention of the movement, and it's about connecting really well and moving controlled and slow. When I'm going after compound lifts, I'm getting after it. I want to move as much weight as I can. When I'm going into these isolation days, when I'm doing more of the pumping exercises, it's about time and attention and control and form and feeling a pump in the muscle. Now I'm on functional day. Functional day is all about the movement. Can I make this movement beautiful? Can I make it look perfect?
Organizing and putting it all together.
Yeah.
So,
and that doesn't mean that you can't scale up or progressively overload.
But the goal is the movement.
That's right. Perfect the movement first before you start to add load to it.
Totally. Don't add load to a crappy movement pattern.
Right.
That totally defeats the entire purpose. All right. So this last point that we're going to make is one that now comes from our collective wisdom. Now, I know I use that word to replace the word that, old, because we've been around for a while. But the truth is, we've trained people for decades. We've been working out ourselves for decades. And this last piece is extremely valuable. Don't leave it out. And don't worry, we'll sell to you why it's so valuable. And that's this. 1 day a week, you're going to do a 1 hour hike or walk outside. That's the important part. You got to do it outside. Now, every time I talk about this, here's what fitness fanatics think and then what they say to me. So they think, oh, an hour of activity. I'm going to burn calories. This makes lots of sense. Why do I got to do it outside? It's raining. It's snowing. It's hot. Like, why don't I just do it on the treadmill? Here's why. It's not about the activity. That's nice bonus. But the reality is that it's really about being outside. What about when it's hot or cold or raining? That's going to give you even more value. We now know that challenging your body's ability to deal with the elements strengthens your body's ability to adapt in a general way. So what does that mean?
It's a hormetic stress.
When you're lifting weights or working out, what you're asking your body to do is to adapt, right? If your body didn't adapt, it would be a waste of time to work out. Like, I'm not getting any stronger no matter what I do. Like, okay, why am I doing this, right? Or I'm not strengthening my body, or I'm not burning body fat, right? All of those are adaptations. Your body builds muscle because it's adapting to stress. Your body burns body fat because it's adapting to a particular stimulus. Same thing with improving performance. Your body's ability to handle the elements, to get comfortable in the elements, is an adaptation system. And if that is weak, just like if any other adaptation system in your body is weak, it's going to affect all the other adaptation systems. Now, because modern life is so comfortable, because we have air conditioning, heating, we have atrophied this particular adaptation system. And this isn't just my theory, okay? Look at the studies, for example, that are done on hot and cold therapy. Look at the studies done on saunas. Do you know that regular sauna use, which is just heat, okay? Just heat by itself. Regular sauna use decreases all-cause mortality by something like 20 or 30%, which is insane. This is regardless of other lifestyle factors. Just that alone. Cold therapy has all the other interesting properties. Not to mention the benefit of going out and getting the sun. Not to mention the benefit of getting fresh air. And we know this instinctively. Like, how many times have you said to yourself, like, I need to get some fresh air, right? What the hell does that mean? What's the difference between the air outside and the air inside? There's a big difference. So going outside, bearing the elements for an hour, tremendous benefits for health and downstream muscle building, fat loss.
Don't you think that's why this trend has happened in the last decade or so, of the hot cold plunges and the saunas and the ice baths and the cryotherapy?
You've been removed from it,
right? And don't you think that a lot of the research and studies that are showing all the benefits has a lot to do with that? We now don't do that anymore.
Yes.
I bet you 100 years ago, you wouldn't see the same benefits that we see today. I bet you if we did research on people 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Why would they do that when that's their day to day?
Yeah, every day they were fighting the elements like that, and so their body had to adapt, had to get strong to handle all that. Where we've been in this cush lifestyle for the last century that we haven't been challenged this way. So then out comes all this research to show, oh my God, look how beneficial the cold plunge is. Look how beneficial the hot sauna is. Well, I think the reason why those things are so beneficial today is mainly because we've neglected it for so long.
We live in flat, like sterilized environments that don't challenge us at all because we want to make our life easier, right? That's been the whole goal with progress is to make, our lives less challenging. And when we remove the challenge, we're not stimulating the body like we need to, and we're not, we're breathing recycled air, we're not getting sunlight, we're not getting a lot of these things that spark and stimulate the body in a certain way that's going to help to protect us when we actually get challenged. So whenever you find yourself feeling like, oh my God, I'm carrying all this stress, but now all of a sudden I'm facing a new variable, how do I respond to that if I'm not training myself to respond to it properly?
By the way, it's not just like training your mental capacity to handle heat or handle cold or handle the elements. Your body actually adapts to be able to handle these things a lot better. Like I'll never forget as a kid, at the time he was in his 70s, 70-something-year-old grandfather visiting from Sicily. He's obviously old, and he's a different old than you see, today. He's an old, like poor Sicilian old. So he's been around, he's worked hard, right? He comes to visit, and he goes to work with my dad and I. This is when I would help my dad in the summers, and we're mixing cement in the summer, and it's hot, and I'm 15 years old. I work out, I got, I'm spry or whatever, and I'm dying, and my grandfather's whistling while he's mixing cement. And I'm like, this guy is made of something completely different. I remember also spending the night in their home up in Sicily with no air conditioning. He didn't grow up with air conditioning. And these are cement houses. It was sweltering, and he's smoking a cigarette inside. And I'm just dying. I can't believe it, right? I also know I've had friends who've come from different parts of the country. I had a friend who came from Minnesota, and she would, in 62 or 63 degree weather, which for a Californian is freezing, okay? 63 degrees here in San Jose. I'm wearing a sweater and sweats. She was in shorts and a tank top. And I remember asking her, I'm like, aren't you cold? And she's like, it's warm outside. She goes, you have no idea. I grew up in Minnesota. Yeah. My body's adapted to the cold. So your body adapts to these types of things. You can train this in your body. And believe me, when you train your body in a way to adapt to these things, all your other adaptation systems start to follow suit. So your body ability to build muscle, burn body fat, get stronger, actually becomes reinforced and strengthened. So go outside for an hour regardless of the elements.
Now, I want to make a point before we lay out and give exactly what these 7 days are going to look like for the audience, because I have a feeling that this episode will be one of the ones that go viral. Just these types of topics, especially since we're giving away a complete workout.
This is a free MAPS program.
Right. So since we're doing that, I know that this is going to reach a lot of people that have no idea who the hell Mind Pump is. So if you've been listening for a long time, I don't feel I need to convince or explain everything that we just went through. But what I know is if you come across this, someone shares this for the first time you've heard us talk about so that the biggest mistake or the number one mistake that will be made with this program is wanting to do more. Mm-hmm. You are going to, I feel good today, so I'm going to do this now. Or, they had a hiking day, I don't feel like going and doing that. I'm going to do another one of those Mondays.
Or what if I do a 5-hour hike?
Exactly. The idea of this was if we were going to construct a routine that you are training 7 days, an hour at a time, every single day, what type of stuff would I build for a client of mine for optimal results? This is for somebody who's trying to build the most amount of muscle, burn the most amount of body fat, or just be as healthy as they possibly can, strength and longevity wise. This is what that routine would look like. So do not fool yourself and go, I'm more this person, so I'm going to do more of those things. Or I'm less of this person, so I'm going to eliminate those one things. Trust the process, follow this routine for at least 30 days and watch what happens.
All right, so here's the breakdown. And if you're listening on the podcast, you can write this down. Luckily for you people watching on YouTube, we're going to flash this workout up on the screen so you can literally screenshot it.
Can we put it in the notes,
And
Andrew,
we're gonna,
too?
yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it in
can
the
we? We'll save all these in the notes so someone can literally just kind of copy and paste.
Yeah, and this is literally, we're writing out the workout for you. Okay, so Monday and Thursday are your heavy workouts. Here's what your Monday workout looks like, okay? You're going to start out with barbell squats, then you're going to go to barbell bench press, then you're going to go to barbell rows, barbell overhead press, curls, dumbbell or barbell is fine, skull crushers, slow sit-ups, and calf raises. All of these are for 3 sets. All of them are for 6 to 12 reps. The Thursday workout, so I'm skipping a couple days. That's because we're going to have other workouts in between, but we're talking about the heavy compound lift workouts, right? The Thursday workout is going to look like this. It's going to start with deadlifts. Then you're going to go to incline press, pull-ups, Arnold press, hammer curls, dips, your reverse crunch, and then your calf raise. Again, 3 sets, 6 to 12 reps. The mobility workout, which you're going to follow the Prime Pro webinar, right? So you're going to do this particular mobility workout, and I think we have the mobility workout set up for Saturday, if you were to follow this exactly, is literally go to primeprowebinar.com and have Adam coach you through the workout. After you follow that for 2 or 3 workouts, you'll probably have a good idea on how to do it on your own. But I highly suggest you have him coach you because mobility is probably the most complicated or hard to understand of all these.
And this can be done in the gym and watching it on your phone, or this can be done on your television at home.
You don't need equipment for this.
That's right.
You could do this just on the floor, right? The pump workout. So these are the ones where you're trying to get a pump, 15 to 20 reps, more isolation exercises. Here's Tuesday's pump workout. You start with lunges, you go to dumbbell flies, dumbbell pullovers, then you go to lateral raises, band curls, band press downs, and planks. By the way, resistance bands are excellent for pump workouts. They provide very little damage to the body in comparison to weights or machines, but they still send a very good muscle building signal. Strength athletes use them all the time exactly because of this. I put bands as the trigger session workouts in MAPS Anabolic, which is very popular, specifically because of what I just said. Minimal damage, you still send a muscle building signal, and you get a great pump. Friday is the other pump workout, right? Here are your exercises. Your single leg toe touch, band flies, band rows, band pull apart, band curls, band press downs, and then band side chops, right, for your core. Here's your functional day. So that was the one that we talked about earlier where you're focusing on the movement. Your functional day is going to be Wednesday. You're going to do 3 sets of each of these exercises. The repetitions can be anywhere between 5 to 10. Let's go with Turkish get-ups, windmills, Cossack squats, and then overhead carries. You're going to carry for about 25 to 35 steps, okay? Overhead carry, you put basically a weight over your head, extend your arms, and do it down for 25, 35 steps. And then back.
We have videos for all this on our YouTube channel, I believe. I don't think there's any exercise that we've
everything that we're saying
should all be on YouTube.
It's all going to be there, right? And then here's your go outside. I don't need to break this down for you. Go for a walk or a hike, regardless of the weather. In fact, the more harsh the weather is, of course, be safe. Don't be stupid. So if it's a hurricane, please don't listen to what we said and go go walk out in a hurricane. Be smart, cover yourself up, whatever you need to do. But if the weather's bad or whatever, that's actually part of the value of this. And you're going to do that on Sunday. So that's your Sunday workout.
So 2 things I want to add that'll help the audience out that may not know this, or if you're first time finding us. One of the best ways to find out information that we've already covered, which everything we've talked about in here we've covered, is that when you're on the YouTube channel and or Google, you literally put Mind Pump and then what you have a question about. So if there's an exercise you're unfamiliar with, you don't know the form and technique, put Mind Pump, then that exercise, it'll populate on YouTube. The second question that I know is going to get asked by a lot of people is, how do I choose my weight? I did a video a year or 2 ago about how to choose the right weight for you. We'll do maybe Andrew can post it up right away so somebody or you guys can see that and switch over to the link on that. If that's a question for you, search that to help you figure out where to start. But one thing I want to say about all of this, when you're doing this form, technique, start lighter first, get good at it before you start to scale up the weight.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, real quick overview. Monday, heavy workout. Tuesday, pump workout. Wednesday, functional workout. Thursday, heavy workout again. Friday, pump workout again. Saturday, mobility workout. Sunday, outside workout. By the way, this is the first time we've really created a free program and giving it away on an episode. So it obviously costs you nothing. Copy it. You're gonna see it on the video. You can screenshot it, write it out, follow it. This is your 7-day-a-week.
Share this with your
routine.
friends and family. You know, obviously, the more people you can get involved, the better you have accountability-wise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to get great results. Look, if you like this information and you want more, you want to learn more from Mind Pump, that's free. Head over to mindpumpfree.com. We have more guides, more information there that can help you with all of your fitness goals and desires.
Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full-on, full-time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, you know, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team, and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Carrie. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all of the changes that have been happening post-pandemic and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like, things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are having.
Yeah, seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you can't talk to people. If you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die, and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. There's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage. They want to. Mm-hmm. I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently. Mm-hmm. And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. It's a little bit of everything. And so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is, and I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
he's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
Like, I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
the 3 building blocks, or some of the building blocks of healthy relationship, are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things, and somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. It's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, very malleable.
Mm-hmm.
With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And the bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse, and it's not good all the way around.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm, we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah. Right? And to bridge the gap with a hug, just need a hug. I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that, or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna meet your eyes with my eyes, and and I'm just gonna look at you kindly, and just give you a smile. It's kind of amazing the difference that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy, I was taking care of my mental, emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I didn't dial that back. But they would run. They would cross the street. They'd scurry to the edge. And it was really, I laugh about it now, but it was really hard at the time because I was just really I was that one craving that hug. You know, I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different market, because I'm remote working now since like the end of May. What I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I, you know, roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, you know, the department store to pick something up, and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart. You know, it's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, like I will often tell employers, right? Think about what a difference it would make, right? If somebody comes into your office and you're like looking at your computer and you go, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need, right? And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your day going? Sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
You know, it's interesting you say that because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years is, you know, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer and just, it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, you know, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me. So if we're going to get into, you know, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right? So then I will say hello, and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level. But I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school because where I learned to acknowledge people was I was in the service industry. You know, I was bartending and serving cocktails and you know, occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food, you know. But the thing is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone. Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full. But if you acknowledge everyone, just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. You know, if like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And you know, I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
you know, I think there's an element of that going on. It's like, if I engage with this person, you know, and of course it's not, but you know, there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, you know, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey, you know, this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah, it really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. You know, it's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. You know, I'm feeling a little weird about this. But it's harder than we think because we have to be willing to be vulnerable, and we have to be willing to slow down. Like, building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic? I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it, but I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers, and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right? Like, you are not,
That did hold me back.
You're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this, like I was brought up, and even in school, you know, I was brought up like, there's a time and a place for you to speak, and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. And then, you know, we do all these we set up all these competitions. Like, a lot of times in workplaces, there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity, and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people, because who wants to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like,
horrible.
That feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? Because, like, I know for a fact I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play.
Yes.
And it's like, that feels really gross. And also, I can totally see through what you're doing. Like, that's just weird. But also, we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot at play. Like, some of it is just lack of social graces. Like, it's like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't, you know, just don't, like, have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people, and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like, you can still make your point and be inclusive of, you know, who else has come into the mix. So I just, you know, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't, you know.
Yes, I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are
awkward at best.
Yeah. Kind of feels super gross.
So well, and also kind of annoying. Like, sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating. You know, that people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional. On a personal level, it's just, like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness, bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and you know, to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's true in a lot of cases, which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, what, you know, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, you know, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge or the one who's the most knowledgeable or the one, you know, whatever, which, I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about what we think we're getting out of that. Well, you know, what are you winning?
I don't think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, you know, the rules of society function, what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So there's just a lot, you know, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have in the professional world or the executive world, you know, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective? And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be and you know, keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like,
yeah,
moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like, we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it, back in, you know, caveman times when we were, you know, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out like everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that went and hunted the thing. And then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way, and those are equally as important, right? There are all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system and embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like, this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
right.
You know, instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another.
Sure.
And then, you know, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want to feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, you know, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, there's more today than there were then, but it just became its thing. It became a niche market. And the stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company. And they know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right? So, but what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward.
Yeah.
So it's, how do we create, first of all, value and awareness of value, and then secondly, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah. No, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think it's really, I've done it with teams as well too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, so, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like, some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right?
Yeah.
Those are not things that we necessarily, I mean, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing, but there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, thing that I do with teams often where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
But usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing. You're really good at, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or, whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that actually, right? And so doing that in a team and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
That's a great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
people don't talk about it
to them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other thing that I like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work.
Right.
Right. Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
head down?
Right. Yeah. Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them. And there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door. And so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things. And by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right. Maybe there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it.
Sure.
Right. How can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right. It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work just to navigate the world.
Yeah,
and so
life.
she's already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier? Right?
You know, it makes me think of I just toured this company. It's like a storage facility at the port in Savannah, Georgia, and they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well. And they have 4 main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that 1 day a week. And then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, that's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for, oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you know, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right? If I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I have I'm learning a new skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. I'm, so how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us. So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment full on, this is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, you know? And then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you know you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, one of those, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity.
Yeah.
If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am, I'm putting myself out here, I'm working my tail off, I'm showing up, I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or, then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So yeah, how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, I'm equal to the CEO in terms of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique, important human being who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something.
Yeah, I know.
It
seems to be rampant these days.
Yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this.
Co-creating.
That's the important piece. How do we co-create this?
How do we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right? I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship, just kind of looking to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak. I would always go away from that interactions going, like, this is not nurturing to me at all. And then I decided to really look at what I was creating, and going forward, I started going into relationships, leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. And sometimes they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? But I saw it as an experiment instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being, and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being.
Yeah.
So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't roll at my speed, then what do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you, and I want you in my life, and I want to work with you, and I want to do this project with you, and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers. It could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the above. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow, and our relationships need to be able to grow too. So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here.
Yeah.
That, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over here with people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn from. And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And let go.
Yep. Yeah.
And let go. So how can people find you?
So I'm probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com.
Nice.
So I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my website at theselfproject.com and you can see all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good. It's all
good.
It's all the work I love doing. So yeah.
I know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what matters. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Carrie for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert, and stay awake. Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full-time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Carrie. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all the changes that have been happening post-pandemic and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are having.
Yeah. Seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you can't talk to people. If you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. There's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, you know, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage, you know, they want to. I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently. And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. You know, it's a little bit of everything. And so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is. And I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
he's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
Like, I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
you know, the 3 building blocks, or 3 of some of the building blocks of healthy relationship, are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things. And somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. You know, it's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, you know, very malleable. With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, you know, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And the bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and, you know, our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse. And it's not good all the way around, you know?
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to like keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm, we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah.
Right?
And to bridge the gap with a hug, you know, just need a hug. Like, I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that, or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just gonna meet your eyes with my eyes, and and I'm just gonna look at you kindly. and just give you a smile. Like, it's kind of amazing the difference that that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy, you know. I was taking care of my mental emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I didn't dial that back. But they would run. They would cross the street. They'd scurry to the edge. And you know, it was really, I laugh about it now, but it was really hard at the time because I was just really I was that one craving that hug. You know, I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different market, because I'm remote working now since like the end of May. What I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I, you know, roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, you know, the department store to pick something up, and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart. You know, it's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, like, I will often tell employers, right, think about what a difference it would make, right? If somebody comes into your office and you're like looking at your computer and you go, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need, right? And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your day going? Sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with, like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
You know, it's interesting you say that because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years, is, you know, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer and just, it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, you know, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me. So if we're going to get into, you know, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right? So then I will say hello, and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level. But I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school, because where I learned to acknowledge people was I was in the service industry. You know, I was bartending and serving cocktails and you know, occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food, you know. But the thing is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone. Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full. But if you acknowledge everyone, just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. You know, if like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And you know, I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
You know, I think there's an element of that going on. It's like if I engage with this person, you know, and of course it's not, but you know, there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, you know, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey, you know, this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. You know, it's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. You know, I'm feeling a little weird about this. But it's harder than we think because we have to be willing to be vulnerable, and we have to be willing to slow down. Like building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic? I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it, but I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers, and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you are not,
that did hold me back.
You're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this, like I was brought up, and even in school, you know, I was brought up like there's a time and a place for you to speak, and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. And then, you know, we do all these we set up all these competitions. Like a lot of times in workplaces, there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity, and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people, because who wants to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like
horrible.
That feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? Because like I know for a fact, I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play.
Yes.
And it's like, that feels really gross. And also I can totally see through what you're doing. Like that's just weird. But also we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot at play. Like some of it is just lack of social graces. Like it's like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't, you know, just don't like have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like you can still make your point and be inclusive of, you know, who else has come into the mix. So I just, you know, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't, you know.
Yes, I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are
awkward at best.
Yeah. Kind of feels super gross.
So well, and also kind of annoying. Like sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating. You know, that people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional. On a personal level, it's just like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness, bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and you know, to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah. I think that's true in a lot of cases, which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, what, you know, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, you know, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge, or the one who's the most knowledgeable, or the one, you know, whatever, which I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about what we think we're getting out of that. Well, you know, what are you winning?
I don't think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal. And there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, you know, the rules of society function, what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So there's just a lot, you know, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have in the professional world or the executive world, you know, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective? And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be and you know, keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like, moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like, we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it, back in, you know, caveman times when we were, you know, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out like everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that went and hunted the thing. And then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way, and those are equally as important, right? There are all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system.
Sure.
and embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
right.
You know, instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another.
Sure.
And then, you know, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want to,
of course,
feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, you know, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. You know, I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, you know, there's
Right.
more today than there were then, but
right.
It just became its thing. It became a niche market. And the stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company. And they
Sure.
know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right? So, but what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and not but, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward.
Yeah.
So it's, how do we create, first of all, value and awareness of value, and then secondly, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah. No, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think it's really, I've done it with teams as well too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, you know, so, you know, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like, some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right?
Yeah.
Those are not things that we necessarily, I mean, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing, but there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
Soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, you know, thing that I do with teams often where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
You know, but usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing. You're really good at, you know, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or, you know, whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that actually, right? And so doing that in a team and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
That's a great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, you know, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
people don't talk about
to
it.
them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other thing
tap
that
into
I
that.
like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work.
Right.
right? Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
Head
deadline,
down. Yeah.
right? Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them, and there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door, and so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things, and by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right. Maybe it is, there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it.
Sure.
Right. How can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right. It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work just to navigate the world.
Yeah,
and so
life.
she's already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier? Right?
It makes me think of, I just toured this company. It's like a storage facility at the port in Savannah, Georgia. And they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well. And they have 4 main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that 1 day a week, and then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, that's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for. Oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
the thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right? If I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I have I'm learning a new
Growth.
skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. I'm, like, so how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us. Mm-hmm. So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment full on. This is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, and then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity. Yeah. If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am, I'm putting myself out here, I'm working my tail off, I'm showing up, I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or, then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, I'm equal to the CEO in terms of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique, important human being who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something.
Yeah, I know.
It
seems to be rampant these days.
Yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this.
Co-creating.
That's the important piece. How do we co-create this?
How do we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right? Mm-hmm. I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship, just kind of looking to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak. I would always go away from that interactions going, like, this is not nurturing to me at all. Yeah. And then I decided to really look at what I was creating, and going forward, I started going into relationships, leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. Mm-hmm. And sometimes they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? But I saw it as an experiment instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being, and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being. Yeah. So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't roll at my speed, then What do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you and I want you in my life and I want to work with you and I want to do this project with you and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers. It could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the above. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow and our relationships need to be able to grow too. So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here.
Yeah.
That, you know, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over here with people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn
I
from.
know.
And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And let go.
Yep. Yeah.
And let go. So how can people find you?
So I've probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com.
Nice.
So it's I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around relationship, around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my website at theselfproject.com and you can see all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good. It's all
good.
It's all the work I love doing. So yeah.
I know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what matters. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Carrie for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert, and stay awake.